almost there. An imposter has sullied our name! We are the might of the kingdom! For the king! No. Please. You seem... Please!
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Curse it! Take my vengeance! Protect your queen! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
In the world of NACT, every single player has one dream: to raise the ultimate trophy. It builds alliances. It defines rivalries. And it creates superstars. The only question is, who will be next?
Greetings, fellow operatives. Agent Beth here, undercover as your favorite esports host to bring you the latest NACT recap. Just as you thought, the NACT 2024 Spring regular season has come to a, stale end. The last day broadcast brought you more twists and turns than you could have expected. Bloodhounds, still grappling with defeat, took a match win straight from Divas Activity's pockets. Meanwhile, Nighthorde snatched the eyeballs of tens and thousands of viewers as they dethroned our kings and sent BTK back to square one. With playoffs right around the corner, let's discuss the paths to victory for some of your favorite teams. In Game 1, despite some great sets coming in from Uda Buda, Bloodhounds found themselves drowning in a 10,000 goal deficit, unable to claw their way to victory against DA. But hold on to your hats because Game 2 was where the Bloodhounds showed us their true potential into a fierce playoff run. Both Carrasco boldly locking in that Eudora not only left our casters speechless at the draft, but surprised the entire NACT community with an insane comeback victory. We got some inside scoopity-doop-boop into the excitement of the boys after the win, so let's take a listen.
Keep going. I'm up in 5.
Yeah, you'll be up in time.
I'm going for the tower.
You might have to go. You might have to go top.
Me?
No, it's fine.
Both of you guys go. We should just be able to tower lock.
I'm coming.
Any dice?
Keep going. Almost there.
Right here?
No, we have another wave too. Keep going. And then.
Nice.
Oh my god, okay.
Nice.
That's crazy.
One more.
Although Bloodhounds eventually fell short in the series, their heroic performance illuminated the path ahead for just what they're capable of in the playoffs. Last week's headline stealer, though, if you haven't caught up yet, was the insane upset of Nighthorde against the Bloodthirsty Kings. A decisive Game 1 wrapped up in under 14 minutes, left jaws dropped. Then, a stroke of genius with the Ixia pick outranged and outdamaged BTK in Game 3. Nighthorde has proven once again that they are the real dark horse in the spring season, just like their logo. Rumor has it though, that Oh My Foe started channeling his inner zoo after that epic win against BTK, so let's tap into the wildness.
Yo, I'm not gonna do interview.
What are you doing? Wait, what are you doing?
Yo, you do interview, bro.
Overall, guys, we wrapped up the regular season with a rather unsurprising GG number 1 and BTK number 2. What I have my eyes on, and honestly, so should you, are the dark horses and rising stars like the Nighthorde, Area 77, Fiends, and Devious Activity. But who are you rooting for in the playoffs? Comment down below. Now, our inside agents informed us that LEGACi is keeping its ace up its sleeves until the playoffs. I guess we'll find out their secret weapon very soon. Looking at the playoffs bracket, it seems like a GG is the only team with a fairly straight shot into the semifinals. Its ex-wife BTK, however, might face a tougher road ahead. Luckily, BTK has stuck with its tried and true regular season roster this time, so let's hope the Kings can swiftly regain momentum and give us a powerhouse performance in the playoffs. That's it for us today. Codename NACT regular season, mission success. Will host Liz return to the playoffs, or is she codename gone? I guess you'll have to find out this weekend. Agent Beth, signing off.
NACT spring season has been nothing but big plays and hype moments. 77 is going to have to back off. Bahari doesn't care though. Look at the damage coming on the Jules Cutie, able to shred him down. Every team has fought hard and competed at the highest level.
White Chicken able to get the I'm offended. Tarzan Cutie goes down. Maybe they should have just gone for the Lord, but decide not to. They want to try to force this right here, but Jay is bursted. Shark back on the field. Area 77 are falling. Did they push it too far? Gaimin Gladiators don't come to our base just yet.
Now let's take a look back at their finest moments.
But the Lord is down to half health already. BTK, do they want to try to end this here? Oh, the final slash does lock on to Pro Destroy. Milo back in, knock up, taken out, basic, able to pick up the kill. Magic taking so much damage, but Kohari is up and ready to go. Speedy Light Wheel. Not able to connect just yet. Nicolette able to find another. It's nothing but Kohari and Turo against the world. And the minions are closing in. Will this be a 2-0? Fiends still trying to put it all on the line here. BTK feeling confident, dropping the toss. Just lock onto the base and finish it. Kohari gonna be the next to fall. Milo looking for it, but now Kohari gets the shutdown. And now the minions are back up. It's Churro and Kohari still against the world, but BTK's not playing anymore.
We're entering the 20-minute Sleep's in trouble.
Ooh, a lot of damage on a Sleepy, but they got to get back to base quick. The Lord is already almost there. Minoan's Fury does come out. Full barrage flicker, but that is a lot wasted there. Can they clear it out? No, they're locking onto the base, and that is it.
Well, so it's just like a great combination by them.
Ooh.
Oh, another Divine Judgment.
And Melon able to get the kill. Lord still coming. Bloodhound's down one member. A lot of damage on Ooga Booga. Melon able to get the kill. No T finds him asleep. Gets away with just a sliver. Yato flickers in. Lord is on the base, and it's 5 members chipping it down. DA take game 3.
Yeah, the Vengeance just pretty much doing the damage itself in Jay here.
Oh, they tried for the Divine Judgment, but did get caught. Kohari finds the kill there. A blazing duet from ISO, not able to find too many marks there. You can see the Vengeance from Uneven with those electrifying beats, able to put some damage on Kohari on the back line, trying to shred down. Urashi might be the next one, and that is it. You can see Kohari. There are no more members for him to take down.
Melon onto T, cushion to the backside, looking for Boca. Taking a little bit too much damage. Ooga Booga able to force him away. T also taking a lot, easy peasy. Finds the decimation. Immortality down, T down, but the Lord has fallen as well. They want to lock onto the base. Can they finish this? Ooga Booga does it.
ISO finds the tower into the back. Nicolette with that time journey to try to protect her team. Bursted down, taken down by Mark Cutie. This could be the end. ISO still pushing into the tower. It's just Colo left. We have minions up at the top. Basic with the blazing duet, trying to clear out the minions, gets taken out by ISO. Here comes Mielo with the damage. He gets taken out by Mark Cutie. It's just Cold World left, but they have no minions. Still gonna try to force it at this mid tower. We have the timers up. Urashi coming in. Zane is back out. Is he gonna have the heavy spin ready? The core goes down. This is gonna be a sweep for Area 77.
Both sides will get a kill, their first kills of the game. You are going to see Cutie Nash get the kill for the side of Legacy, but the invasion on the orange buff.
Ooh, a lot of damage onto Riles there. I mean, Rams is there. Rams is going to take it. Praise Wrath goes down. Rams is able to just get away with a singular HP there. But we're already seeing the possibilities from the side of LG, the invades. Whoopi now there as well. Ooga Booga looking for the invade, able to get the knock up. The Time's Revenge. The Template goes down. Ooga Booga taking a lot of damage. Whoopi looking for the final punch, the knockout punch, and knocks him out.
We're still looking at 7 turrets in favor for GG though, but maybe some more for Devious Activities. They're now seizing the opportunity.
Ooh, big final slash onto T. T goes down. Melon on the run. Fried Chicken finds the kill. Kush might just be next. It's a 3-for-1 trade. Best player's been down, and they don't care. Yato now in trouble, in the wall, trying to get away. Shark not gonna let it happen. It's the final slash, and all that's left is Mikasa. Can they end this here? It's nothing but Mikasa on the field. Mikasa pops the ult. Gonna try to, oh my God, look at the damage to Mikasa, but he's immediately taken out. GG will close the night out early.
The teams are ready for their battles, but only 2 will make it to Vegas for the final showdown. NACT, it's time to pick your champion.
The moment we've all been waiting for, guys. Welcome to day one of the playoffs for NACT Spring 2024. Warm-ups are history now, and it's time to separate the contenders from the pretenders. Fresh rosters, higher stakes, and the threat of fast elimination set the stage for top-tier gaming. Joining with me on the caster set today are our veterans Stephweezy and Private. How's excitement ramping up for playoff stage, boys?
Oh, I'm excited. Hey, we're finally here. The playoffs is on fire now. We've had a great regular season, and now jumping into day one, who better to do it with than Liz and also Private? How you doing?
Yeah, it's excitement galore here because now it is do or die time for all of these teams. Time to pull out all the stops, no more monkeying around. And for some of these teams, it might be their swan song on the way out.
Yeah, and we'll find out very soon. First up, let's take a recap at the playoffs format. We are here at day one of the playoffs, still with our same 8 rosters, but this time a misstep could mean a swift exit and someone is going home. The format is double elimination series with best of 5s for the winner's bracket and best of 3s when you drop to losers bracket. The playoffs bracket right now is shown on screen and is reflecting of the team's regular season standings. GG and BTK secured the top spots in the regular season, so they have a relatively easier roster to begin with and a pretty clear path to semifinals. But only 2 teams are going to make it to the grand finals, so we'll find out who's coming to Vegas very soon.
Yeah, and I mean, just like you mentioned, it's make it or break it now. There's actually something to lose. It's not a point system anymore. You can be knocked out of the NACT going forward here. You know, there's not too many chances left on the board. You have a best of 5. In the upper bracket, you get knocked down to the lower bracket, a best of 3, and you're gone. So we're going to see who has that merit in them to be able to climb up that ladder to the top to have a seat inside of the grand finals.
Yeah, and as we were talking about, there's no more points here, but the points have pretty much laid rest of where these teams are on the brackets. The best taking on the proverbial worst from the season right now, but that doesn't mean that all is done yet. They still have a chance, an opportunity to prove some of those naysayers wrong.
Yeah, and even though only the top 2 teams are making it to Vegas, everyone gets a prize. So let's take a look at the prize pool for all of our teams. Now, prize pool always brings a lot of excitement. We have a total of $25,000 in diamonds for grabs, and the top team will be clinching home a $10,000 cash prize. And in addition to that, we have an $100 USD bonus for each win, and each team, and we have actually an additional finals MVP for grabs, as well as a $3 million prize pool for the MSC. So a lot of prizes this season.
And speaking of prizes, another addition, every series that a team wins is another $100 in their pocket as well, which is the first time I believe we've done this in the NACT. So, I mean, as these teams are evolving, so is the NACT for North America.
Yeah, and we talked about that prize pool. There's also the MVP of the night in the grand finals. We'll have a little extra moolah. So there's just we're just giving out money back and forth to some of those better players out here, and it's going to be very exciting to see who can come out on top.
Yep, and stay tuned for all of our exciting prizes for our viewers. As you catch the stream, we have giveaways coming up after a couple series, so stay tuned. Now, for today's matches, we have the winners bracket top best of 5s with GG versus LEGACi, and then Area 77 versus FIENDS. Now, both teams, we know that GG and Area 77 actually don't have a roster change, but LEGACi and FIENDS have a pretty big roster change, so a lot that we can go into afterwards.
And yeah, definitely a lot to kind of jump into. Gaimin Gladiators up against LEGACi will be our first series of the day, best of 5. It's going to be a long night, fellas. Maybe a short one for a couple of teams. Hey, time will tell. I'm not going to throw that caster curse out there, but anything is possible in the land of Dawn. I mean, we've been asking the question, who can go toe-to-toe with, the kings of the hill, the people that are at the top of the ladder, such as GG sitting in that #1 position, and LEGACi, who barely slid by, even into the regular season in that top 8. Didn't have the greatest run, but hey, now's their chance. Hopefully they learned enough in the regular season to be able to bridge that gap and put on some great competition today.
Yeah, I want to say this season for NACT has been loaded with just extra opportunities. Whether it's the qualifiers that happened on 2 different weeks, which gave you extra opportunities to try to make it into the top 8, or even right now where it's a best of 5. So that is at the very least 3 games for you to kind of set the tone to be able to get your wits about you and rise to the occasion.
And will LEGACi's roster change be that fresh start they needed? Let's take a look at what changed for the LEGACi team.
And there you are, PDR in the XP lane, swapping out for Whoopi. Will be an addition to LEGACi. A couple of teams have been swapping around. Switching the XP lane, I feel like it could have a phenomenal impact. I'm excited to see how it goes, but nonetheless, LEGACi definitely has a lot of work that they have to be able to step into, especially going up against a team such as Gaimin Gladiators. With the new addition on the roster for the playoffs, will it be the difference?
Yeah, it's actually really exciting to see if because they have had a little bit of a struggle when it comes to the team compositions, being able to protect Riles on some of those more comfortable picks that he likes with the assassins. But I mean, if any time is we're at that point where it now is all that matters. We're at the playoffs. One of these teams going to be moving forward. One of these teams going to be dropping to the lower brackets.
And let's see GG's rosters coming up.
Oh, yeah, you can see we just talked about it. We talked about it before. There's no changes here. It's kind of hard to mess with what we've been considering perfection so far. Is either going to be in the gold lane, Shark, in the roam, Hoon taking up the mid lane, best player at the jungle, and Fried Chicken, excuse me, bringing up the XP lane. And I mean, there's no reason to change the roster. They've been very successful, sans one match. But I mean, there was one match that was a very big surprise that kind of came at a cost of maybe them being a little indecisive when it came to some of the draft. So, I mean, we're looking for them to kind of close up those holes here as they move on here in the playoffs.
Yeah, and GG is a team where every season they've played so far, they haven't really had a roster change, even in the previous 2 seasons. And for this playoffs match, do you guys think there's going to be a difference when it comes to best of 5 series with how the series is going to come up?
I feel like a best of 5 always has a different dynamic because there's more things that you can kind of work toward if something doesn't work in game number 1, right? When you lose game number 1, it's match point and it can be an easy sweep and you're out of there. But when you have to lose essentially 3 games in a row to be knocked out, you have a lot more leverage to be able to bounce back. And I think a lot of teams can kind of lean on that, especially when it comes to drafting. I mean, we do have a new hero in the game available. I mean, we got to see him for the end of the season, the regular season for NACT. Chip is now in effect. I know he hasn't been kind of selected as one of the hot prospects, but it does change a little bit of the dynamic on what you may see in terms of drafting. So with a best of 5, definitely expect some surprises.
Yeah, especially now that we've been seeing a little bit more, especially Hoon on Lu Yi right now has been really favoring that mage, kind of been able to kind of get them around the map, get other players to their lanes very fast, a lot of damage and CC coming in with it, and then having Shark in the front to kind of protect that Lu Yi. So it's been an amazing games for them so far, but like we've said, this is the playoffs now. It's time to kind of hunker down and get those and roll forward with their picks.
And let's see who our casters picked as a favorite today for our predictions. I'm smelling it's GG all the way for our casters. I mean, who can we blame? Gaimin Gladiators had a pretty much straight run to victory, and they have a it reflects in the bracket they're facing, right? For LEGACi, on the other hand, they were stuck at 0 gravity for the regular season. I mean, they have the roster change coming in today. So do you guys think that's going to make any difference in how it looks for them for today's games?
It's going to be a hard one. I don't want to throw the curse on them. You know, something I am surprised, though, with this prediction is that UA voted with everybody this time. I thought it would have been like the anomaly that we usually see. God. But hey, I mean, now that UA's voted with everybody, there is a chance that LEGACi may be able to pull this off. So maybe I should have switched my vote.
Or perhaps Yui considers them the underdogs. Interesting. No, I think Yui just kind of joining up with the crew there, but it's hard to argue against a team like Gaimin Gladiators who have been so successful in North America, especially when it comes to the playoffs. And then when you're talking about a team like LEGACi, the one shining point for LEGACi is that they have 0 wins, so there is honestly nowhere to go but up for them.
Yeah, I mean, you already hit rock bottom, so the only thing you can come is to come back up. And I mean, UA has been trying to win this whole season. The only team that he's rooting for, no matter what, is FIENDS, so I'm sure we're going to see that tomorrow. Now, I believe draft is ready. So, casters, let's get into the draft. for the first game of Day 1 playoffs. Let's get in.
That's right, and into the draft we go. Not going to waste any more time. Game number 1. First series of the playoffs is going to be Gaimin Gladiators up against LEGACi. The number 1 up against the number 8. Private in for a show. What are we thinking?
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting what we've been seeing. I feel like we talk about Gaimin Gladiators a lot, and when it comes to, especially when it comes to like to one of the top teams here in North America, and for me, I kind of want to focus on like what LEGACi needs to do to be successful. Right now, we've seen Riles play an assortment of junglers. He's played those tanky ones, and he's been able to play some of his assassins. He's not had success on really any of them, and it's not just him, it's the rest of the team that has to kind of collide in and be able to support him with those picks. The one thing I'm wanting to see here from this team, from LEGACi tonight, is timed objectives. When those objectives come up, I want to be seeing the entire team clamoring around for it or getting a pick off in a side lane. But the time for indecisiveness is over, and it's time for you guys to make a call and execute that when the time is right.
Hey, I like it. I mean, we were kind of talking about it, right? Gaimin Gladiators is one of those teams. You give them an inch, they go a mile. They focus on the early game objectives, and usually they thrive there and are able to close the game out at about that 12, 13-minute mark if you let them. On the side of LEGACi, though, you know, their early game's just not really there. Even sometimes when they get the more optimal picks, it just doesn't work in their favor. We haven't seen them win, I believe, a single game in the entire regular season. So, I mean, if they do win one, I guess that is a victory. I mean, if they take even just a single match, it would be great for them. But as we are now looking at the draft so far, a couple of picks have been, or bans have been knocked off the table. The Mathilda, a little normal, but we are seeing the Masha. I know we kind of talked about this, the Masha being a little bit of that heavy hitter now. And on the opposing side, the Vexana.
Yeah, definitely they're gonna a good ban there for the Vexana. It's been like probably one of the top picks and had the most impact on a lot of teams' compositions. The amount of CC she can throw down, the range there, and especially when it comes to those objective fights. You basically wait in the bush, and then as soon as you're ready for the retribution, Vexana comes in there, CC's the jungler down, and you're able to escape with a retribution onto the turtle and make your escape.
You know, and I'm wondering, I haven't seen Chip banned out yet. I really want to kind of see him in effect. I want to be able to cast one of those games with him on the playing field. I know a lot of people are still wondering, is he meta? Is he really even worth it? Because you allow a lot of valuable options to walk on the table if you do select it, and sometimes he doesn't provide the strongest CC that you're kind of relying on in that roam position. The R-Lot is going to be taken off the table, though. That will be one of the limited options for either side to be able to pick up. You are still seeing kind of those beefier jungles still available. Something like the Barats can be an option. You can stack it up with an Angela. Both of them very great. Do have to watch out for that Valentina. Something else that is still currently walking, who we have been seeing sneak into the meta scene, is that Lu Yi, right? You've seen Hoon pick it out. You saw him doing really well on it. Could be a viable option.
One thing that's very interesting is we haven't banned out a lot of those assassins that best player is usually known for. Usually when we're going against somebody like Gaimin Gladiators, you see the Joy banned out, you see the Nolan banned out. So maybe LEGACi knowing something a little that we might not about where best player might be going, but we're gonna go ahead, pick up the Ruby first here. She did take a little bit of a nerf just recently where about 50% of her regen was nerfed down, I wanna say a week ago, but I mean, that has not stopped the dominance of Ruby. And especially here because it can be kind of a flexible pick, whether it's in the XP lane or as a roam for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, I mean, there is still Nolan on the table too. Maybe that will be a pickup for Gaimin Gladiators if they're able to pull it off. I think the Ruby's great though, even with a little bit of the nerf, still a very high utility hero that you can slot either into the roam position, possibly into the XP to keep LEGACi on their toes. Looks like they went the double support method though. They are going to ban out that Mathilda and that Angela, and there it goes, Nolan. They're not going to let Gaimin Gladiators take it. They're going to go in for the assassin themselves.
Yeah, and then picking up the X-Borg to maybe possibly counter out one of those tankier jungle picks by Gaimin Gladiators. I do like it here, but like we've said before, what I'm wanting to see from LEGACi here is the support of this pickup, because assassins, while they can be, especially on a Nolan, you can be able to traverse the map very quickly, get those objectives quickly, and move around to get a lot of that farm. He is susceptible to getting ganked, so you're gonna need to make sure that your team is paying attention. The callouts are there, and they're able to close in on Gaimin Gladiators when Riles needs them.
Yeah, and I mean, we're going to have to see where this goes. Oh, speaking of pickups, Joy walks. Now, there is still suppression on the table. I mean, I don't know if it really worked that well inside of the favor for LEGACi with the draft that they have so far, which may be a little bit of a problem. I mean, Joy is one of those heroes, kind of like that Nat you can't swap away if you don't have the suppression to be able to stop him in the tracks. Roger is kind of pulling some things out of the C meta. We've been seeing it translate into the North American scene. Inside of that gold lane, I think it works out really well. You can stack it up with something like a Purify to not really have to worry about too much CC, but it gives you the advantage, at least in the early phase, to be a little bit more aggressive and dominate your lane.
Yeah, dominate your lane without the need for those rotations, and that makes it very relaxed for Gaimin Gladiators if there isn't a counter on there. I think the only thing that we've really seen that can match up with a Roger in that lane is possibly the not the Harley, the Harith. The Harith has been a big thing that can kind of counter, puts up a lot of damage. We've seen him try to match up with carries as well there, but if there isn't one of those two picks, I fear that the marksman lane is probably going to be pretty dominant for Gaimin Gladiators, or Gaimin Gladiators, as we do see that the Farama is going to be picked up here by LEGACi.
Yeah, they're going for the sustainability, right? They took out the Angela, they took out the Mathilda, picked up the Faramis, slots it inside of the mid lane. I think it works out pretty well. Now, I am expecting some anti-heal picked up from the side of Gaimin Gladiators, not only to counter the Faramis, but also to counter that X-Borg to top that off. So it's kind of knocking down two birds with one stone if they're not careful. Now, when you're looking at at least the synergy from those three heroes, right? You have the Nolan who can rush in, get a quick kill, and then he needs to get back. You have the X-Borg who can provide the utility, he can slow down the team, he can rush him with the last insanity, he can be the initiator as well when the Nolan can't go back in because he's on cooldown. So I think it works out really well, and then you pair it up with the heals provided over there by the Faramis to keep them alive. When I'm looking at Gaimin Gladiators though, right? They have the Ruby. They can keep pretty much everybody in their tracks when they do group up on that Faramis. They have nobody right now, I would say, to kind of stop the Joy. I guess maybe the X-Borg can slow him down with the Ice Queen wand. Could be a possible plan, but nothing to really solidify stopping him in his tracks.
Yeah, very interesting bans here coming out. We've seen that Hoon does favor that Lu Yi. That's taken off the board from LEGACi. And then I was just talking about that Harith, that it can be probably one of the only counters for Roger. That's going to be taken off the board for Gaimin Gladiators as they go ahead, pick up a Kaja for the ban and a Valentina, which means they're not going to have that IMU possibly out. And I say, like, depends on what we're going here. We still have, when it comes to like those roaming positions, the possibilities. I'm assuming Shark is going to go ahead and pick up this Ruby. So we're looking for that XP lane. I mean, actually the world is out there for Fly Chicken. There's not really too many XP lanes that are banned out right now. So he pretty much has his pick of the litter here.
Yeah, I mean, he has flexibility, right? He can pretty much pick out what he wants to. Now, when it comes to getting an XP lane to get to the backline, though, I mean, there's not really too many backline heroes available yet. You don't know who LEGACi's going to pick. We haven't seen their marksman picked up. Oh, wait a second. But there's a pickup. Is that...
That's going to be Hilda.
That is Hilda. I was going to say, I haven't seen a Hilda in a long time. Yeah, this is,
almost didn't recognize her.
Yeah, it's like, well, hold on. Hilda got a perm. But anyway, as we are going back into this, though, the Hilda definitely can harass inside of the jungle. Can definitely be something that Gaimin Gladiators has to watch out for. But they do have Shark. I've always said that Shark has been one of the few roamers in North America who knows how to harass the opponent jungler and stop them from getting the orange or purple buffs and providing that vision. So I expect them to have some good defense, but definitely somebody to have to watch out for.
Yeah, very interesting here. I feel like they are, I like the confidence of this draft from LEGACi here, because a lot of these take a lot of synergy, especially with the Hilda. She's going to be trying to invade. She's going to be trying to get that vision. So you're going to need to make sure that you're supporting them, because Gaimin Gladiators, as they close in around a Hilda, you're going to need to make sure that she has that support so that she can make that escape there. But from the side of Gaimin Gladiators, who's going to go ahead and pick up the Navaria? And then we have a Brody being picked up.
Yeah, and also, I mean, there's a misband too. I don't know where the misband was, but anyway, that's just something interesting that we kind of noticed. But the Brody's good. I mean, especially against a Hilda, somebody that's going to rush in and try and get to him, because we were talking about heroes that can get to the back line. Brody's great against that with the corrosive strike to be able to get that stun and to be able to go back to safety with the flicker. The Navaria to be able to fight from afar. Doesn't have to worry about the Nether Realm over there from the Faramis. When they do group up to heal up, he can just drop down that Astro Echo and slow down the whole team and provide that damage from afar and assist the team in terms of utility. But speaking of utility, last pick on the board is going to be the Clyde.
Yeah, very interesting draft here. I'm actually waiting to see, is Zia going to be sticking with this Brody? So then possibly the Roger's going to be the jungler for them. So, I mean, and it's going to be very interesting. Especially with the way how fast you're able to farm up with Roger. You're going to be able to use that Lycan Pounce to evade a lot of the CC, a lot of the damage that comes out, and actually close in on the backline if you need to. And somebody who actually might be able to match up with the speed that a Nolan pick has for Riles.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you said best player, not getting that assassin. We said, hey, I got something for you. Let's go marksman assassin, switch things up a little bit. But with both rosters finalized, there goes the Claude, there goes the Brody. I think the Claude will be okay. He should be able to get to the back line, go back to safety. Does have to watch out for the Ruby picking him up, though, with that CC. The Lincoln Pounce can be a problem, but I'm expecting some great invasions over there from LEGACi. As ladies and gentlemen, we are now jumping into game number 1, the first series of the playoffs for the NACT spring season. Who do you think will be able to claim victory?
Right now, I mean, as far as a draft, there's a lot of boxes that need to be checked for the side of LEGACi to be successful here. But I mean, we've talked about it. This is a draft with a lot of confidence. You can already see Kuya Ken over there on the enemy side, just trying to get vision, wandering about, and they're not able to bring him down.
Yeah, we talked about it, right? Running on that Hilda, being aggressive, invading, but keep an eye on Shark as well. He's trying to provide that defense and keep him at bay. But look at Riles on the invasion as well on the opposing side, trying to get anything they can nice and early.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, they're still kind of keeping each other at bay. I do like I was saying, the confidence. I like being able to kind of group into the enemy jungle, make sure that you're getting the vision. And Kuya Ken doing such a great job of that right now, as long as he doesn't get caught and taken down, though.
You see, my only worry is there is a Roger, and he definitely is like a shark smelling blood in the water if you're low HP. So you are going to have to be careful. He's going to be able to hit you a little bit harder with that Lincoln Pounce. Now, looking in the gold lane, we are looking at the Brody up against the Claude. The Brody, effectively, I would say, in the early phase is a little bit safer. I mean, the Claude has survivability, though, which will work in his favor. But it is definitely an interesting matchup. You're looking, though, on the bot side, a little bit of an invasion. On the top side, though, Whoopi, GG, going in for the kill. 4v2, Hoon will be able to take him down first blood for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate. The little bit of that confidence from LEGACi wearing out as Gaimin Gladiators able to very quickly surround. And this is the things I was talking about. LEGACi needs to be very quick about seeing these openings, seeing these, or at least seeing these holes, and being able to kind of shut them down and get around Gaimin Gladiators before they can close in on their teammates.
Yeah, like we said, they're the team. You give them an inch, they go a mile, so you have to be careful. But Kuya Ken, he's not letting it go. He's just going to harass, trying to force out the retribution. That way, LEGACi can get this turtle, but best player in position trying to contest with Shark is going to be able to get it. Riles claiming the turtle for LEGACi. Kuya Ken need to get out of there, though, taking heavy damage.
Yeah, and still holding it at about 1 kill here right now. But, I mean, that's not going to maintain. We still need to kind of have LEGACi kind of continue. This is where they're going to start getting shut down. They're going to start slowing down with some of that aggression, and we need to see them actually make a play happen out of here.
Yeah, speaking of plays, Kuya Ken on the bot side, doing some damage on the Shark. 50% HP, needing to watch out. I mean, just look how heavy of a hitter Hilda is so far. Kuya Ken, like the one-man army, rushes into Hoon. One more hit, maybe able to pull it off. Hit by the CC from Shark. Another realm going down for the sustainability. You are going to see both sides fight it out. Blatant duet from Jolie. Riles join the party. Looks like both sides will disengage and nobody will fall.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. What I wanted to see from LEGACi is all of them. You saw that Kuya Ken actually got well deep into Gaimin Gladiators territory, but you have Sinski coming in there with that Nether Realm to be able to top him off, and then the rest of LEGACi comes in to help and aid in the escape.
Yeah, definitely focusing on the synergized plays from both sides, just rotating and trying to group up. But right now, you are seeing Gaimin Gladiators ahead by 1 kill. They did lose that turtle, though, working in LEGACi's favor. And we said LEGACi had a little bit of a struggle, at least in the regular season, when it came to the early game. But this time around, they were able to take the first major objective, but at the loss of 1 member.
Yeah, and they're able to kind of hold them out at this right now. Only about a 700 gold lead for the side of Gaimin Gladiators right now. Kuya Ken still trying to get some vision, but now being a little bit more wary, especially as Shark doing a great job of making sure he's zoning out the rest of LEGACi, making sure that they're not coming and interfering in any of these buffs.
Yeah, and you know, LEGACi, I mean, they can definitely be aggressive. They do have Kuyakin on this Hilda, and he's doing that. You are going to see the Blade of Heptasis picked up by Riles as well, running that lethal ignition. Can be that assassin, at least to be able to burst down somebody like Hoon, who's trying to stay in the back line. But you're already seeing the turtle aggro be pulled, this time from Gaimin Gladiators, with the rotation on the bottom side for the trade-off on Azia. 4v1. Riles will be able to get the kill. Best player will claim the turtle and the Blazing Duet to clear the lane.
I absolutely like this coming from LEGACi. This is what I've been wanting to see from them all season long. Grouped up, they have 4 players there to jump down on Zia to kind of make that connection, make sure he had no escape.
Yeah, speaking of escapes, Kuyakin unable to break those shackles. Fried Chicken will be able to take him down with the electrifying beats.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate that the Gaimin Gladiators matching up kill for kill every single time. And this is what we've been seeing from Gaimin Gladiators. Even when you win a fight, there's somewhere else on the map that Gaimin Gladiators are always able to find that way forward, whether it's a tower, whether it's getting a kill on the other side of the map. And Sinski very quickly wiped off the face of the map there.
Just showing you how deadly the Roger can be, even outside of the gold lane, inside of the jungle. Zia, though, on the bot side, will open up the map for Gaimin Gladiators, now ahead by 2 kills in 1 turret.
Yeah, and we just saw there from the gold. I mean, not a huge lead for Gaimin Gladiators right now. LEGACi doing a good job of kind of keeping it together right now at the 5-minute mark. We've seen it before, though. It takes about 2 more minutes, and Gaimin Gladiators usually go with a full frontal assault, as we have another attack here coming.
Yeah, Hoon will be able to find one. Takes down Kuyakin, his 2nd death of the game, and getting a little bit more as best player on the invasion. Will be able to proxy these minions and also take the purple buff. Oh, big snipe on the shot. He's in the mid lane.
Yeah, and just as best player passes in, gets a little bit of damage off with that Lycan Pounce. Hoon on the side with an Astral Meteor to go ahead and bust them down even further. Just kind of keeping on this onslaught as they are pushing their way through mid.
Ooh, one small step over there for best player. A huge leap for Gaimin Gladiators in terms of the objectives. Able to take the tier 1 in the mid lane. They took the tier 1 on the bot side, and they also got the last turtle that was on the board, and now up by 3 kills. So far, we've only seen LEGACi be able to claim that first turtle, but now they're kind of falling behind on the objectives, and they need to be able to pick up the pace, because Gaimin Gladiators are one of those teams, if you don't give them some pushback, they're going to roll over you.
Yeah, they do have a good secure onto this turtle, but oh, you can see Kuyakin in trouble.
Trying to get away. Hoon did fall, though, so he found one, an eye for an eye. Best player is going to be able to take him down. Yeah, that is going to be the turtle going to the side of LEGACi, though, to even it out on at least a couple of objectives, but you are still seeing Gaimin Gladiators trailing.
Yeah, and I talked a little bit about the confidence of this draft, and that's because when you have characters like Riles, when you have characters like Hilda, when you start to fall behind, you really lose a lot of the usefulness of some of these picks, especially out of the laning phase. Another engagement.
Yeah, both sides fighting it out on the purple buff. Who will be able to claim it? A lot of CC, a lot of damage. Fried Chicken rushing in their best player. We'll be able to find one leak and pounce in onto Jolie. Kuyakin will fall. One member will be lost on the side of LEGACi. Nobody for the side of GG.
Yeah, and this is where GG really starts to enforce their... Oh, man! Hoon just got dusted. A very nice little positioning there for Riles, and Hoon, I don't even think he knows what hit him.
Yeah, I mean, best players getting some early and quick pickoffs, but same with Riles. Both of them running these aggressive junglers. But again, you are seeing these turrets fall at a fast fashion in Gaimin Gladiators' favor. I mean, they already cleared the tier 1 and tier 2 for the bot side.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, we're really starting to hang on to that legitimacy of that Hilda for Kuyakin. As you start falling behind, he's going to have a lot of trouble trying to find these pickoffs, trying to kind of stand up into the front line, as they are engaging a little bit here with Fried Chicken.
Yeah, Kuyakin needs to be careful. Astro Echo, Astro Meteor on his way out. The accuracy from Hoon so far on the Navarian. I was just looking at the player cams. Was that a teddy bear on Shark?
No, it's just that his Shark just needs a little bit of a haircut there. You can see that very stalwart stare from him there as he looks at the camera and just studying the game right now.
Yeah, definitely focused, man. Putting it all on the line for the playoffs. Another turret will fall on the top side in Gaimin Gladiators' favor. So far, 4 turrets to none with LEGACi.
Yeah, and then this is what we were talking about, that engagement into the purple buff of their enemy.
Ooh, Raz will find Chicken, though, to respond back. Takes down one member of GG on the invasion for that purple buff. Lord spawned in, both sides getting ready to take this fight into the pit.
Yeah, and right now kind of dancing around. Kuyaken doing a good job of kind of being that front line, but on the side.
Ooh, Zia will find 125 members onto Jolie. Last insanity from Whoopi. Riles will be able to claim a turret off screen. Whoopi, though, no Faraga armor, needs to get out of there. Hit with a lot of CC, but Shark not going to go in, but best player will. Lincoln pounce, forcing out the immortality in the tier 2 turret for the mid lane, and Whoopi will recall back to safety.
Not a bad engagement here. And Gaming Gladiators not able to pick up a kill, but on the other side, LEGACi actually able to get a tower. Now starting on the Lord.
Yeah, starting on the Lord, but not for free. A big knock-up. Kuyakin, 50% HP. Ryle will be able to claim the Lord for Team LEGACi. Poon takes down Kuyakin. Shansky trying to get out, forced to use a flicker. Best player on his tail. Lincoln pounce in. We'll be able to shut him down, but at what cost as they lost the Lord?
Oh man, I've talked about this, how much I've missed seeing these Roger jungles, just how fast he was able to close the distance there and be able to get the kill there. And just, there's nowhere safe. You're just never going to be fast enough to be able to escape him.
It's definitely a treat to see. I mean, I love seeing the Roger kind of sneak back into the meta, right? I was just like this when Martis came out. When everybody started playing the Martis, I feel like I'm getting that same type of joy in terms of the current meta now. But speaking of meta, Gaming Gladiators focusing on the rotations, able to take majority of these objectives, lost that Lord, but it doesn't look like it's really phased them. They're still being aggressive and currently kind of maintaining the momentum for this match. I mean, look at the bot side. The Lord not even affecting them. You're already seeing Zia chunking it down.
Yeah, but I mean, they got themselves a little bit of breathing room. And especially with a 2K deficit right now, you're starting to look at points where a lot of these heroes are starting to fall off. Nolan's not going to be as effective when it comes to a lot of these team plays. Kuyaken's going to have a little bit of trouble. You've got a lot of heroes that really specialize in this pickoff.
Whoa! Speaking of pickoffs, synergized play, best player. We'll find Kuyakin with the I'm Offended setup from Shark. Fried Chicken rushes in. Electrifying beats. We'll find Riles. Astro Echo. Astro Meteor. Shansky taking some damage. Full team forced back into the base. Gaming Gladiators not letting go of the gas, though. Jolie with the BMI back to safety and the Blazing Duet. But Gaming Gladiators continuing to claim this real estate.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate. Sinski's Nether Realm just a little bit too late to save Riles. I feel like that could have actually turned the tables on that fight a little earlier, maybe giving LEGACi a little bit of a leg up on there. But unfortunately, Riles goes down, the Nether Realm comes out, and they're still able to find 2 kills there.
Yeah, you see Zia pick up the Blade of Heptases as well, so he's going in trying to just burst down anybody on that initial engagement. They're being very aggressive, right? Usually we see them close that out around that 12-13 minute mark. I mean, I would give it to LEGACi. They put up a good fight in the beginning, but now the later this game goes, in terms of the heroes that they selected, the synergized composition is not going to be the easiest to pull off, especially with Kuyakin. Needing to find an opening now, but running into a lot of group CC, not only from Shark on this Ruby, but also on Hoon. Speaking of CC, though, Whoopi already getting hit with the majority of it. Takes all of his Faraga armor.
Yeah, all of his Faraga armor there. And then GG doing such a great job of kind of clearing out some of those problematic bushes. A little bit of engagement.
Yeah, you're going to see him be able to get out of there, though. Like I said, the joy, it's like that gnat you can't swap away, right? I mean, there it was right there. Just one-man army taking a majority of those hits and then using the Vengeance to be able to get back to safety.
Yeah, no, they're doing a good job, like I was saying before, of clearing out these bushes, especially those places where a Hilda, where a Riles can actually sneak in there, get some of those plays off there. Now we're going with another engagement.
Ooh, Lincoln pounce into the Nether Realm. Almost said Lincoln Pants. That would have been an interesting one. Maybe that's what Roger is wearing. But as you are going to go ahead and see, the Lord bursts down another objective over there into Gaming Gladiators' favor. Now 11-5 at the 13-minute mark. And LEGACi, they need to find a way to turn this back around.
Yeah, and you're looking at this already about a 3K gold lead there for best player. He's got all of his items right now, so he is max build and just looking for an opportunity to kind of dive in and be able to get this damage on, maybe get another pick off there. You can see the damage there, 58,000 there for best player. Oh, second only to Fly, or a secondary there is Fly to Chicken with 53,000.
It's just showing you how deadly the Roger is, right? You put him in the gold lane, effective. Put him in the jungle, sometimes even more effective, especially for a player like best player who kind of favors these aggressive junglers instead of the tankier ones. Kuyakin, though, unable to get back to safety, trying to test the waters, trying to give some vision and quickly spot it out.
And this is that point we were talking about where the Hilda has become less lethal here and now is going to have issues when it comes to taking on the entire team of GG.
Yeah, the Lord will be bursted down though. Whoopi gonna use that last sanity. You are gonna see the inhibitor in the mid lane fall as long as the bottom side as well. Immortality being procced. Whoopi trying to stay in there. No more Baraga armor. Needs to get out Netherrealm to safety. Big play for an escape, but does it buy them enough time? Torn apart mirrors does go out. You are looking at Kuyakin spawning back in, the full 5-man team ready to defend for LEGACi up against Gaimin Gladiators. One last inhibitor to go through. Best player will claim it. Another last sanity goes out. Kuyakin frontline the damage. Massive hits on the board for both sides, though. Big stun. Jolie with the BMI back to safety. And it looks like Gaimin Gladiators, they took all of the inhibitors, and nobody has fallen.
And not able, I mean, that's unfortunate for LEGACi. It's just the ferocity in which Gaimin Gladiators can come out, the precision, come in, take out all the high grounds from LEGACi. LEGACi didn't even lose anybody. They were just powerless to stop it.
Yeah, they're definitely putting on a very hard fight, right? But I will say LEGACi's been doing better, at least in this match in the early phase, compared to what we've seen them typically do in the regular season. Now, I mean, this is a best-of-5 private, right? So they do have a little bit more leverage, even if this match does not work around in their favor. But for this match specifically to turn this back around, it's going to be a challenge, right? You have no inhibitors on your side. When you're looking at the turrets for Gaimin Gladiators, they only lost to tier 1 on the bot side, and they definitely have the major advantage. And you're looking at overextending over there from LEGACi. Riles going far past the base. Zia with the punish will shut him down. Last insanity. LEGACi trying to defend. Best player finds one. Kuyakin will fall. Fried Chicken will find Shanski. 3 members make that 4. Zia finds Whoopi. Shanski back in play though. Jolie trying to defend against the 5-man team of Gaimin Gladiators. Blazing Duet is the last resort. Jolie finds Fried Chicken, but the base crystal will be bursted down by Gaimin Gladiators, claiming game number 1.
Oh, and I mean, a harder fought match that LEGACi has put up here, but I mean, when you're talking about a team like Gaimin Gladiators and their domination here, I mean, that's pretty much all she wrote. That's going to be game 1 going over to GG here.
Yeah, great execution, able to kind of perform majority of the match in their favor. I mean, they kind of definitely had all the objectives on their side, and they weren't really uncomfortable at any given time. You are looking at the KDA on the board, 17, 6, and 40 overall for the team. The rating, though, I like to kind of take a peek on that, almost hitting double digits with 9.
Yeah, I mean, the little shaky start for Gaimin Gladiators, I don't think they expected a lot of the aggression that they got from LEGACi, but I mean, we've talked about it before. Once they kind of hit that 7-minute mark, they hit those little power spikes, they get their items, they just really start to kind of force their way forward here. So we take a look at some of the comparisons here, man. It's sad because, like, at the end of the game, you don't really get to see some of the shining parts from LEGACi here, that as they were able to kind of withstand a lot of it in the early game. But GG, we've talked about it before. Once they kind of grab on, once they kind of get that little stranglehold, they just squeeze tighter and tighter until there is nowhere for you to escape.
Yeah, and I mean, it's aggressive play, especially picking out that Hilda. It caught me by surprise. I was looking at that picture and I was like, I haven't seen the Hilda in a while, at least on the NA scene. But when you pick the Hilda, right, you got to be aggressive. You got to stop him from getting his orange and purple buffs, but forcing out the retribution. And we really just didn't get to see that work out the best in their favor. And then as it gets to that mid to late game, I mean, when you pick the Hilda, you lack the group CC that your team kind of relies on. And that's where you start seeing GG punish, especially having the Ruby, especially having the Hilda. I mean, gold per minute, you're looking at best player, 856 on the Roger, which was in the jungle. Also the carry with the most damage dealt. Kuyakin, the sandbag on the opposite side of the table for LEGACi, and Shark stacking up them assists with 11 as the forgotten one.
Yeah, not just the assist, but it did not steal any kills from best player, allowing best player to get that 6-0 and a 10, allowing him to kind of chase in and grab up some of those retreating members of LEGACi. We see the mid head-to-head, and this is Sinski, I want to say, who was actually traded in now. He's one of the newer players for LEGACi here, and like I said, in the early game, not too big of an issue there. I want to say he was great with his rotations, but man, when you talk about the solidarity, the just how great Hoon can be going through the entirety of the game, it's a heck of a matchup there. As we take a look here at the damage, 83,000, leading the pack for his teammate here, best player, and we talked about it before, 75,000 for fourth wide chicken. He just had an amazing game, especially when he's allowed to kind of escape that lane very early, cut in, help out his teammate, and get a lot of that burst damage onto the entirety of the enemy team.
Yeah, I mean, 94% over there from best player on the Roger as well for the team fight participation. Was all across the board getting it done. I mean, at a point though, he was at a little bit of a race, but Riles on the Nolan though, I mean, they were both kind of bursting down anybody in front of their path with the swiftness, but overall, just the synergized gameplay from Gaimin Gladiators when it comes to the objectives is definitely where they kind of thrived, and we need to see LEGACi kind of pick up that same type of play style, right? We see them, I think they did good. They took the first turtle. There was a point where they kind of gave up the second turtle. They went in for a synergized play on the bot side to go in for the marksman. They took him down for the trade-off, and I like to see those kind of things, right? Find an answer, find something that can work in your favor. But right after that moment, we just started seeing turrets dropping left and right in Gaimin Gladiators' favor, and we didn't see anything of a response from the side of LEGACi.
And that's kind of the problem. I feel like the composition was kind of an all-in early game type of composition that's coming out of LEGACi, which they performed all right in the early game. I mean, this is honestly, when we compare this and we hold this up to how they performed during the season, this is definitely a better LEGACi. They were getting to objectives quickly. They were ganking 4-man ganks into the lane, which is what I've been wanting to see from them, making sure that you're cutting off the escapes of your enemy. There was nowhere for Zia to go from there. Getting that vision, that aggression with the Hilda from Kuya Ken there in the early game. It's just unfortunate that you're trying this now against the #1 seed in North America, and eventually they're going to find those holes, they're going to find those weaknesses, and once you get to the mid game, you have a Nolan, you have a Hilda on your team, they're going to start falling off because you have a team that is now grouping. It's going to be very rare, very hard to find some of those pickoffs, and that's where they started to fall off through the mid game.
You know, and not to mention, they also did a roster change, right? I mean, they swapped their XP laner. Whoopi stepped in. And when you're looking at Gaimin Gladiators, there was no changes, right? They kept the textbook since the beginning of the season. And sometimes synergized changes like that can definitely affect the gameplay. I mean, we even seen the Export having a hard time up against Chicken, running on that Joy. So I wouldn't say it was definitely the only thing, but it's something that they have to definitely make sure they're prepared for when you make that quick switch into the playoffs. Now, this is a best of 5, so painting that picture, everything is on the line. You can actually be knocked out now of the NACT, so you're definitely going to have to bring your A game. And like you stated, I think this is a better LEGACi than we have seen before. Now, it's unfortunate for them that they sit in that 8th position and going up against the #1 team, so they definitely have a little bit of a rougher start compared to other teams inside of the NACT for the playoff side, but that just means they have more to prove and more to showcase, right? I mean, we just want to see who can represent North America and hold that crown, and I'm just glad that they're able to make it into the playoffs. It's a brand new team on the scene, Private, right? So speaking of brand new things, though, into the draft we go. Game number 2.
Yeah, we're going to see what kind of switch-ups we have here with LEGACi going to be taking up the first pick here, which means that you're going to be able to get that 2-man response from Gaimin Gladiators. Last bands, we saw like the Masha taken off the board from them, the Matilda taken off from LEGACi, but they left open the Nolan, they left open the Joy, which have been big hitters for Gaimin Gladiators. I'm wondering if we're going to see a little bit of a change here. Are we going to ban those out, or are we still going to, like, the plan was to take one of them and deal with the other one, but I mean, Fly Chicken had a heck of a game, only outdone by best player.
All right, Private, how are we feeling about the Roger, man? Because the Roger had a really good showcasing from best player, and we thought it was going to go in the gold lane for a little bit, right? We thought it was going to go there, and then we saw it didn't last second. But is that something that maybe LEGACi tries to pick up in the first half of the draft, or do you think it's worth not banning and possibly letting Gaimin Gladiators get again?
Well, it depends on what they leave out there. But one good, or not one good thing, of the many things that Gaimin Gladiators can be very successful in, it's with the draft there. They first picked the Ruby, which meant it was kind of flexible. It could have gone into the XP lane. It could have gone into the roam position. Picked up the Roger. We thought it would only be in the marksman lane, so we thought that that was already ironed out, which left it open for them to go ahead and pick up that Brody. So they are very successful also when it comes to being flexible in the draft, making you guess where certain positions are being filled by certain picks. But we're gonna see this Masha picked up by LEGACi, which has been it's come on very fast and very powerful in the Mobile Legends scene very recently.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it, right? But again, this is LEGACi being very aggressive. And I like the aggression, but also it makes a lot of room for mistake if you're not careful. So something they're going to have to watch out for, right? I mean, now the Masha being slotted in could be a secret weapon. Time will tell. But on the opposite side of the table, we are going to be looking at best player picking up this Fredrin. Now, the first pick last game, when they had first pick on the draft, was the Ruby. Obviously, Ruby's banned now. They're going to go in for something that is a little bit flexible in terms of utility, right? You have the Fredrin who can frontline a lot of that damage. You can stack him up with the CC tank, but you can also stack him up with some support if needed. And he works really good with the pick like the R-Lot, who profits off of that crowd control with the Demon Gauge to be able to dash in for some additional hits.
Yeah, and not just that, but he can be that tanky front liner that kind of maintains the front. It's just he has so many different things that he is successful at here. And I feel like Kuya on this mashup is going to perform basically the same way that Hilda does. Unfortunately, I want to say Hilda's early game is just a little bit more powerful than Masha's. It takes a little bit to get ramped up, which is going to be a problem if they're going to go ahead and go with the. I feel like this is almost kind of the same plan that they had last game when it comes to these very confident pick-off style characters here. Nolan, who can put that fracture out, Masha, who can deal an absurd amount of damage, but I want to say Masha comes online a little bit more towards the mid game.
Yeah, it's risky though, because it's very frontline damage, right? You're rushing in trying to get some easy pickoffs, but again, if you're too aggressive, you get hit with a little bit of crowd control, it could be a possible problem. We are seeing the Roger though this time be picked up on the side of LEGACi. We asked the question earlier, was it worth not banning and picking up? Since they did have first pick, and it looks like they believe it's a valuable option for them this time around. I do think this may be inside of the goal lane, though, because this is a Nolan. So this is not going to be a Roger jungle like we've seen in the last match, which is going to be a little different story. But you kind of mentioned some of the counters that we've been seeing to the Roger so far, right? Something like the Harith can definitely still be on the table if they're not careful. Another good option to kind of play a little bit safer and stack up, those core items, something like the carry, could also be a valuable option.
Yeah, well, I mean, they have already picked up the Brody right now, so we don't really have to worry. I mean, they're just going to use that for the Roger, I'm assuming here. Yuzong going to be taken off there, so they're not going to have a lot of backline dive options. I mean, you still got a Lapu out there for LEGACi that can kind of come in there. It really kind of depends. I'm assuming this Masha is going to be a roam. There's not really too much flexibility with it. You can use it in the XP lane, but it's got a pretty, I want to say, not the greatest early games that Masha can kind of come up by, and I feel like Gaming Gladiators are really going to try to take advantage of this. I do like that we're starting to really take Hoon away from one of those comfort picks, which is that Lu Yi, which offers up a lot of that mobility and especially that surprise, the ability that we've seen Gaming Gladiators use the Lu Yi to get behind enemy lines to surprise them, especially with their ganking ability on this.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, too. I mean, you're seeing a lot of prio on the mage bans this time around, right? You've seen the Lu Yi taken out, the Vexana, the Navaria, and then a couple of the supports as well. Minotaur being banned off the table, trying to limit some of the roam capability. Now, again, we mentioned Gaming Gladiators does have the Fredrin, though, and they also have the R-Lot. So I feel like they have Group CC already checked off, and they don't necessarily have to go in for a group set tank. They can still go in for something to keep the team alive, and I'm looking at the table so far. Theramis is still an option, but since they picked up the Lilia, maybe they don't slot it in, but we are still going to have to see the response over there from LEGACi. It is going to go ahead and be the Kufra. Definitely mixing things up with I would say this is kind of unorthodox, because you don't really see these this team kind of play together with these hero picks.
Well, yeah, I was about to make a comment about this synergy that you have. Kufra's going to be able to come in. He's going to be able to get the sets, and then the Tyrant's Rage to kind of clap them against the wall. And you kind of really need that AoE burst damage to kind of be able to take them down. You're going to be able to have that possibly with Riles. He's going to come in and be able to get the fracture onto a lot of people there. But I want to say, especially when it comes to the Roger pick there, Masha's a very single target hero there. Valentina's going to be picked up here. This is a decent amount of damage that you can have on there as well. Sinski going to be picking that up for LEGACi.
Oh, and I'm wondering what the final pick will be for the side of Gaming Gladiators. Do they go in for a set roamer? Do they put the R-Light in the roam position? I mean, that definitely can be an option. They're very flexible, and we kind of talked about Gaming Gladiators when it comes to drafting. They're surgical, right? They're able to break down each phase and keep you on your toes if you're not careful. So with what I'm seeing so far, in terms of synergized compositions, you have the Lilia, some great early game damage, especially with the Glooms. You have the Brody in terms of survivability, especially when you have heroes that can get to him in the back line, such as a Masha, such as a Nolan. Shoot, even a Roger, even a, Kufra can get the job done. But they are going to go in for the Rafaela, which I actually am a very big fan of. And the reason being is they're trying to limit the options available for that IMU from the Valentina.
Yeah, that's going to be a very interesting draft from LEGACi. On one hand, from LEGACi, we have, I want to say, a few characters that specialize and they shine for different reasons. Like, the synergy isn't exactly there. I want to say, like, I would prefer a little bit more AoE when we're using a set roamer, a set potential roamer there. I mean, we're going to have a little bit of the spray from Valentina. We have a little bit of AoE that are coming out from Riles as well on that Nolan. But on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, we've got a lot of AoE damage. We can hit with multiple targets. We've got the blessing from Shark on that Rafaela. We've got the glooms from Hoon. Zia can hit multiple targets, and then with the torn apart memories ultimate, he can take down a lot of them too. And then the setting potential from a Flyd, and then of course the front line from Fredrin.
Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, now jumping into the Land of Dawn for game number 2 of our first series for the playoffs of the NACT spring season. LEGACi up against Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, we're going to see how well this composition pays off for Riles and company on LEGACi here. But like I said, you've got a lot of single target mixed in with grouping abilities. We're going to see on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, you just have a lot of AoE potential.
Yeah, and speaking of potential, a lot of damage on the bot side already. Zia, need to be careful with Shotsky. Took the camera off him for a split second in the mid lane and already down to about like 10% HP.
Yeah, look at Fly Chicken being very sneaky there too, almost stopping him from being able to cut back there. We take a look at some of the emblems here, some lethal ignition stacked up on the side of LEGACi there, and then of course Impure Rages to kind of keep up a Gaimin Gladiators mana, keep them in the lane longer, keep that mana up as well.
Yeah, Jolie gonna run the Quantum Charge as well. Riles though in the mid lane, forcing out the flicker from Shark on that overextension. Needs to get out of there, but the big set and Riles drawing first blood will shut him down.
You could see it has not phased Shark in the slightest. Still with that same smile and that headphones on. But as we move on here, I mean, already LEGACi getting a kill here. This is like we were talking about it before. A very good early game. They just need to kind of keep up that synergy as we start moving into the later games to kind of keep up those winning conditions that they need.
Right. I mean, game number 1, right? We see all Gaimin Gladiators draw first blood, but this time it is going to be LEGACi. LEGACi was able to claim the first turtle last game, but then they started falling short on those objectives. So can they find that momentum and hold on to it for the early phase? You are seeing some aggression, though, even from Shark. Still overextending the invasion onto the purple buff. Doesn't go in for the turtle, but wants to delay and deny the farm away from LEGACi. And looks like they may be able to do it. Kuya Kin with the bouncing ball. Best player able to get the purple buff. Looks like he did use his retribution, though.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate for LEGACi right now, is that this is the problem when you have such a squishy composition. You're going to be prone to being invaded, and Gaimin Gladiators doing a great job of it, enforcing their will there, especially right before the turtle, not allowing Riles to get his buff, and now he has to, and they contested it, and that's the problem. That's a decision making you need to make. Are you going to be able to get this purple buff? If the answer is no, you need to go ahead, move on to another part of the map, instead of just kind of sitting there, watching them do it, and then now you've lost a turtle and you weren't able to answer with it. You lost a purple buff and a turtle and you weren't able to reply.
Oh, speaking of replying, though, straight at the doorstep of Zia with the knockup from Kuya Kin. Riles in the bush, though, looking for an answer. Corrosive strike for the knockback into the tier 1 turret. Zia finding his way to safety.
I like that Zia waited to pop out that stun and create that distance until the absolute last moment. As Riles came in for the fracture, pops it off, creates that distance, and again, LEGACi leaving empty-handed.
Ooh, Kuya Kin will be burning out that flicker, though, to go back to the tier 1 on the bot side. Fried Chicken taking a lot of damage from Whoopi on the Masha, right? The new addition over here to LEGACi with the roster change. But Whoopi, the response back from Chicken, but now a 2v1 as Riles joins the party. Whoopi will be able to get the kill.
I'm not gonna lie, I was a little worried for Riles. He came in there, missed the fracture, and I was like, oh god, if it's a 2-on-1 and you lose one of your members, that's gonna be a little bit to come back from this. We have a little engagement here at the purple buff.
Yeah, best player again trying to deny the farm away from Jolie. He does have Gaimin Gladiators to back him up as well. Hoon in position as well as Shark with that Holy Baptism. Praiser's Wrath is going to drop down. Looks like best player was able to claim it yet again away from LEGACi.
Yeah, and I mean, on the plus side, I want to say LEGACi did not lose any members for that. Unfortunately, still not able to protect their buffs right now. And this is going to kind of keep on progressing that lead until Gaimin Gladiators can really enforce their will around the 7-minute mark. Right now, though, only about 100 gold lead for Gaimin Gladiators.
It's like having a hole in your wallet, right? They're putting money in their wallet and it keeps on falling out. You got to find an answer to close that hole. You can't keep letting best player invade your jungle and take your objectives, or he's just going to stack on the economy. Speaking of stacking, though, 4v4 on the bot side, best player will claim the turtle off screen. And now the rushing Kuyakin trying to get back to safety. Zia will be able to shut him down. Riles will fall alongside him. The double kill for the goal laner of Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, and just like that, a double kill for Gaimin Gladiators. Best player from the side.
Oh, he's not done. He wanted Jolie, but he'll try and go in for Shansky if he can. Both of them forced to go back to safety.
Yeah, and you can start seeing, especially up at the top lane, a rotation there from Fly Chicken, while the side of Whoopi is still trying to answer the minions right now. And that's just kind of the problem with Masha in the early game. Before she gets that Blade of Hephaestus, which she does have now, which means she's going to be able to kind of get that one-shot scare damage as Fly Chicken goes in.
Ooh, triple set from Kuyakin. Best player will take down Riles in the siege for the tier 1 turret. Best player will find Kuyakin for the double kill. Whoopi very low. Best player gets one. Zia gets the other. Whoopi will fall. Shansky, last man standing, and Hoon will take the tier 1 turret to the mid lane.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Riles is just hungry for a purple buff, any purple buff for his side right now, as Gaimin Gladiators have laid claim in his jungle.
Yeah, definitely taking advantage of the early phase again for Gaimin Gladiators. This time a little bit more smooth than game number 1. Kuyakin taking some heavy hits, torn apart memories to seal his fate, and Zia will pick up his 4th kill of the game.
Yeah, a much different game from the first. Unfortunate for LEGACi. I feel like this composition doesn't really help them, especially now that you have somebody like, I want to say, Whoopi on this Masha, who's not able to really capitalize, is going to be confined to that XP lane. You can see already left the XP lane, and Chicken is just having a full-blown, just absolutely eating up there.
Yeah, we were wondering how the Masha would kind of play into this, but not having the easiest time. Chicken definitely showcasing his mastery, able to burst down all of the HP and probably take that turret down on the top side. Tier 2 will fall for the mid, tier 2 falling for the top as well, and Zia getting a kill, shuts down Kuyakin.
Yeah, and right now, Gaimin Gladiators a little earlier than last game, really pushing through here. Very calculated, taking all these tier 2 towers in a row and then moving on to the turtle. And there's not much that LEGACi can do here. They're starting to fall behind. 7K at the 7-minute mark. You can see, take a look here at the items, a 2K gold difference when it comes to the marksmen, and a 1K gold difference for the junglers there.
Yeah, Kuyakin having a hard time too, right? Finding his 4th death. Shark on the bot side, though, will find Riles. Zia able to connect and burst him down. Riles, a very far overextension, especially with how many turrets they have lost so far. They're losing a little bit more. Jolie will find best player. Hoon trying to respond back, trying to avenge him. Fried Chicken with the alley-oop of that assist will be able to burst down Whoopi. It looks like both sides will have to disengage, not able to find another opportunity for a kill. But speaking of opportunity, Gaimin Gladiators stacked with the advantage.
Yeah, and Shark's going to be able to get away there. And this is the unfortunate thing. Riles doing what you're supposed to as an assassin, and you're losing the game. Start split pushing, trying to get some of these lanes out, maybe get some towers on the side as well. But Gaimin Gladiators' map presence, their map awareness is just second to none right now. They are able to see that quickly and be able to close the distance even quicker.
Yeah, he needs to be careful, though, because he definitely didn't have the easiest start in terms of farm for the damage to be able to burst them down. And Gaimin Gladiators, they're looking to try and close this out early, right? We said they're kind of one of those teams. If you give them that advantage, they'll definitely take it and close it out at that 13-minute mark. And this may be one of those games if LEGACi is not careful. They need this one to be able to tie out this series in the best of 5. But a final slash for Fried Chicken Connecting on to Jolie, a little bit of utility has been used for Gaimin Gladiators, but they are still going to commit to the fight. Holy Baptism going down. Who will find Whoopi? One member falling for the side of LEGACi, and now the siege for the inhibitor on the bot side. Gaimin Gladiators with the full sin. Now cracking open the base, and LEGACi left to defend. Damage onto the base crystal. You are going to see the final slash going by Chicken. Shark finds Kuya Kin. Black shoots from Shonsky back to safety. Base crystal, 50% HP. The taunt, not enough to stop Chicken. We'll be able to find another. Shuts down Riles. And now you're looking at the recall spam. Stacking up that damage. Hitting in that cheat code. Left, right, LB as they're looking to try and close this game out. Can they do it, though? Minions are in play for the bot side. That 50%, now 45%. The stun. Chicken with another finds Whoopi. Shonsky will fall Hoon to tear him apart. The base crystal will fall, but they're looking like they're trying to take down Kuya Kin before it. But down it goes. Gaimin Gladiators claims game number 2.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about using some of these games, the time you needed to kind of maybe get your feet underneath you, possibly for LEGACi to get a little bit more momentum in their side, but Gaimin Gladiators came back with a vengeance. When you talk about momentum, the difference between that first game and the second games, they seem to have found their stride and just unloaded onto LEGACi.
Oh, they're comfortable, right? I mean, they just stepped in their house, kicked their shoes off, and started playing Mobile Legends on their couch with that performance for game number 2. LEGACi needing to find some answers. Game number 2 looking a little bit more shakier than game number 1. Now, let's kind of break this down, right? A couple things that we saw that maybe could help them for game number 3. Definitely kind of trying to rotate and find a way for the early objectives. Maybe not going in for such a damage-oriented early aggressive composition, but something that has more survivability toward that mid to late game, just in case you're not able to pull off the early game like you would think you could with the Roger, with the Nolan, and then also with that Masha.
Well, for me, I feel like it's just that the composition shined at different parts. Masha, single target, mid-game. Nolan, early game. AoE type of attacks. Roger, single targets. I want to say needs to get fed. So you're going to talk about mid-game if you got him in the marksman position. And then the setting potential from Kuya Ken, which really shines with like AoE damage there. So it's just a lot of different aspects that didn't come together and synergize well for LEGACi here. We take a look at Zia. Gold per minute, 842. Hoon with the absurd amount of damage dealt there. Whoopi, I mean the sandbag there, taking most of that damage. And then Shark upping from 11 last game to 13 assists this game.
Yeah, definitely racking up those assists for the team. The head-to-head best players up against Riles himself. You are looking at about 73% kill participation, leading in best player's favor. But in terms of what's kind of stacking a little bit higher is the KDA, right? And I think it kind of just starts with just best player able to kind of get off these invades and delay Riles on the farm. And when best player can't do it by himself, he has his team to back him up.
Yeah, you can just take a look here at the difference when it comes to the damage that was out there too. Hoon, I mean, capping it off 45,000 there. Zia right behind him with 41,000. But look at those, the team participation, the trio. Actually, Zia, Shark, and Hoon there. 93% team participation for those 15 kills from GG.
Yeah, and I mean, it was a very fast game, right? We kind of said that 12 to 13 minute mark. This was under 10 minutes. For Gaimin Gladiators, just very comfortable so far. Just been dominating overall when it comes to the early phase. LEGACi, though, they got to pick up the paces and they got to pick it up fast. It's like we said, this is not the regular season no more. This isn't a point system. This is make it or break it. You only got so many chances before you get knocked out. Hopefully they can find their momentum, find their groove to be able to claim, I would say, just even a victory so far, to be able to at least find one in the NACT spring season.
Man, and it all kind of boiled down. I mean, the last game they were able to kind of withstand that early game. This time they did not have that pressure. And to the point that from the early minutes, Gaimin Gladiators were all over their purple buff. Nolan not able to get his buffs, not able to make anything happen right before that turtle came out. And then it was all GG from there. So, and it's just a problem when it came. I want to say they kind of approached this like they had the composition of the first game, and they found out exactly why they couldn't execute the same way with this list of heroes.
And speaking of Gaimin Gladiators, let's look at some of the deciding moments that kind of led to them turning the game in their favor. I mean, look at it, 5 minutes 30 seconds, 2-2 in terms of kills. Both sides were even, but a big final slash and initiation. And then the set for the stun from Kuiken to respond back. But in terms of who was able to punish and make it work in their favor, best player able to get that triple kill off of that. And this is what helped them stampede from 2 kills to 6 just in a matter of seconds.
Well, and this is what we were talking about. What really shined with Gaimin Gladiators, they had the setting potential, not just the setting potential, but they also had the AoE damage. So once you got that set, once you were able to collect them together, you had the glooms coming out from Hoon, you had the damage from the rest of the players, and then you even had more CC coming out from Shark there to be able to get them all stunned out there. So like once that first set came out, it was pretty much GG for whoever was caught into that.
Yeah, I mean, and I will say something about LEGACi, right? They're definitely keeping it interesting. I mean, we got to see the Hilda, now we got to see the Masha. I mean, you were just talking about the Masha actually sneaking up inside of the draft, but so far, again, I think we can both agree when it comes to overall synergized composition for what these heroes provide as a team, it's just a little lacking to what you typically see drafted from the side of GG.
Yeah, I want to say that the last draft kind of felt like we were more trying to take away from Gaimin Gladiators rather than having a spot where these picks actually shined. We picked up Masha because she's OP, because we know that what the enemy can do with it. But did we really have a plan for the Masha on the side of LEGACi? We picked up the Roger because we know he shines in the marksman position, but did we really have a plan for him to really kind of bully that lane, to kind of get our enforce our will with it, to get us to that mid game?
Yeah, it's almost like, okay, you got the Roger, which is great for the gold lane. You have the Nolan, which is great for the jungle, but both of them kind of are very early and aggressive. Was Masha even the right option in that synergized composition, right? You could have kind of sacrificed, maybe got a little bit of set potential to work better in your favor, or something else that could have helped provide some defense against the Stampede over there from Gaimin Gladiators. But now jumping into game number 3. Bans are on the way. We are going to see the Kaja taken out alongside the Navaria for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and take out that the Vexana again. This time, LEGACi does not want the Masha on the table there. This is kind of a mirror of the draft we saw, or at least the bans we saw from the first game coming out from both of these teams. Right now, it's kind of hard to really kind of predict. I mean, like, what do you change? Do you change out the bands? Is it even the bands? Well, I want to say, first of all, the composition, we need to get something that synergizes. But we had that in the first game, and we had a glimpse of that synergy needed in the first game to execute it well. But Gaimin Gladiators just overwhelmed them as we moved into that mid to late game as well. So it's really hard because there's a lot of boxes that need to be checked for LEGACi here right now. It's not just the draft, it's not just the picks, it's not just the synergy, but like a great combination of them all, of which Gaimin Gladiators have shown that they shine here in North America.
Yeah, I mean, even the execution, even when you have the most optimal draft, definitely plays a part in that, right? You are going to see the Angela panned out. Chip will be first on the board, this time for Gaimin Gladiators. Can't wait to see the new hero in effect. Definitely going to have a little bit of a problem if they're not careful for the side of LEGACi. Now, we're wondering, right? Is he meta? Is it make or break? Is it even worth picking up this early in the draft as you allow other things to be slotted on the other side of the board? Now, Chip, though, I will say, I mean, theoretically, I would assume he's going to be ran in that roam position, right? He can kind of teleport his allies to the enemy for some additional damage, and also he can kind of rotate around the map, provide that CC necessary for the team on some aggressive plays, but he's definitely not something that we're traditionally used to seeing.
Yeah, not traditionally used to seeing, but I want to say if any team is going to be successful with Chip, I would say Gaimin Gladiators would be too as well, because they have that experience with Lu Yi and Hoon. And I want to say in that aspect, Chip operates a little faster than Lu Yi, because Lu Yi, it takes a little bit of time for her ultimate to actually go off. For Chip, it's instantaneous. You're gonna have a portal down, you're gonna be able to get to your lane quicker, you're gonna be able to kind of get from another lane to get to those ganks quicker, and then get back to your lane before the minions are pushing at your tower. So there's a lot of synergy here. There's a lot of synergization possibilities here for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, and you're already seeing the Harith picked up too. I'm assuming it's a response back to the Roger for a possible counter for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. Joy, though, will be picked up from LEGACi. I'm not really seeing anything to stop Joy in his tracks, but he is going to have to keep up with the Benedetta now. Both of them highly mobile. Esmeralda. Okay, we're switching things up. I like it.
I feel like we're countering for countering for countering. Right now we picked up the Joy. We've got the Harith out there, which is a good counter for both Roger and for the Joy to kind of get in there. But then on the other side, we're going to pick up an Esmeralda, who's going to be able to soak up a lot of those shields from Harith that he has when he comes down with that with his ultimate as well. But then now we're going to have kind of that raw damage and that mobility that you get with a Benedetta there. I want to say I've seen Benedetta more on yellow than I have on Fly Chicken. So I'm actually kind of glad, because I want to see how much that mechanical ability that Fly Chicken has here.
It's going to be interesting, though, because, again, I'm looking at LEGACi's draft, and we talked about it, right? Just some little odds and end heroes that I don't feel like have the strongest synergy as a unit. Now, this is going to be interesting when you're looking at what they have, right? I guess there should be a Roger in the gold lane, a Joy possibly going to be slotted in the mid or the jungle, because Esmeralda, I'm assuming it's going to go to the XP lane, but we'll have to see as this draft kind of prevails forward. Now, in terms of set potential from both sides, I mean, there's not really much outside of, I would say, Chip. I mean, I guess you have Harris with the Zaman Force for that utility for that slow. Benedetta with the Electro Final Blow for a little bit more slow, but Chip is really going to be the bank on rushing in and initiating, trying to get the CC for the stoppage. When I'm looking at LEGACi, though, you are going to have possibly Esmeralda dropping down with the Falling Star Moon for a possible setup. Outside of the Esmeralda, it's really just some initiations for damage with the Joy and the Roger alongside it.
Yeah, that's a really interesting thing here, too, especially if you're talking about a Benedetta versus an Esmeralda right now. Back in the day, Esmeralda was able to kind of like cut the lane. It was the Esmeralda versus Uranus snooze fest, I want to call it, where they both just absolutely mirrored each other, slapping each other in lane. Then they would go to cut each other's lane here. But Esmeralda kind of lacks, especially the mobility that Fly Chicken's going to have with this Benedetta here. We see in the draft the Nolan actually getting taken off there for LEGACi, and a pickup of CC, which means that this Esmeralda is going in.
Go ahead, say it. You know you want to say it.
I don't
Where's
know.
it going?
The jungle? Is that gonna be a jungle? I don't know.
That's what I'm assuming. I think it's going to the jungle. But I was like, let him say it, because then if he says it and he's wrong, hey, I didn't know. I'm just kidding. But honestly, I'm right there with the private. I'm scratching my head. I'm trying to figure it out. LEGACi looks like they jumped in the matrix and they're looking for the source code right now. Hopefully it's the right programming, but you are going to see Gaimin Gladiators with what I would say I'm a little bit more comfortable draft-wise, right? I mean, when they threw the CC in there with the Esmeralda, with the Joy, it's like, okay, I mean, the Joy's already a little bit of an annoyance. You can't stop her in her tracks, but oh my gosh, this is just getting insane. I think we might be casting the craziest game.
I was just sitting here thinking, you've got so much dashing and mobility from Gaimin Gladiators. What if they picked up the Fanny too as well here? You're looking at a team that's going to be hard to catch for LEGACi, and you don't have a lot to stop this dashing ability from them as well. And I want to say Hoon here, I mean, I honestly just being relaxed right now. He's shades of Gosu Zero here. We're gonna have a Harley in that mid lane. Oh, but we do have a one suppression on the side of LEGACi here.
Woo. He's gotta pick his poison though, right? You can grab the Fanny, or you can grab the Harley. You gotta pick somebody, right? But honestly, man, I don't know what's gonna be tougher. Trying to get the suppression off on one of these heroes, trying to stop any of these heroes with their mobility, or is it going to be the cameraman trying to keep up with all the action because of how mobile both of these compositions are?
Yeah, honestly, the answer here with the Franco, I'm kind of on the fence about, because I almost feel like an Akai would have been a little bit better, just because it's not going to be that singular answer. Right now, you have a choice. Like you said, can I get the Fanny? Do I get the Benedetta? Or do I grab somebody else on their team and hope that we can bring it down? Ugh, I do not envy their position right now.
Speaking of envying things, off to the Land of Dawn we go. Game number 3 for the first series of the playoffs for the NACT spring season. Gaimin Gladiators up 2-0 up against LEGACi and currently sitting at match point.
Yeah, you do see a little bit of aggression there from Kuya Ken coming into the jungle, but he grabs Fanny instead of the buff, and you kind of want the buff so that it resets. Oh, looking for it. I think we did get a retribution out of best player, though.
Well, but he got a kill. So I would say that's a fair trade, and definitely going to have to be something to watch out for. I feel like best player's probably going to go in for that Blade of Heptases super early, just so he can get some additional pickoffs to bridge that gap that Gaimin Gladiators is looking to lean in on.
And you see Fly Chicken here on the back trying to be a nuisance, already starting to cut lanes, and you can see both of them on the side. Esmeralda at the bottom as well there. Whoopi trying to do an answer back with some cut lanes of his own.
Hey, I'm trying to bet whose fingers are moving faster, the cameraman or best player on the Fanny. But you are going to go ahead and see Zia on the top side of the 1v1. But speaking of matchups, though, aggression inside of the jungle. 4 members of LEGACi trying to chase down one member. Jolie is going to find Zia, though. Shark trying to rotate around, trying to get out of there with the chip. It is 1-for-1 on the board, though.
This is the slowest car chase ever.
Ooh, I don't know if he'll be able to get out, though. Best player wants it. He's going to be able to take him down, finding his 2nd kill of the game.
And that's the value you're going to get out of best player right now in with this Fanny. I mean, as slow as he was up to the little car chase up there on the LEGACi's side of the jungle, best player able to close the distance so quickly, and that's what you're going to have is best player just zooming all over the map. No matter who gets low on the side of LEGACi, they're going to need to be wary, and Kuya Ken is going to need to be ready.
I think we got to keep an eye on where the kills are going, though. Even though it's 2-1, best player picking up 2 kills. If he keeps stacking them, he'll be able to burst down majority of the members. Riles, though, will find one to even out the scoreboard. Takes down Shark. Deadly Magic on the Shansky. Forced to get away, taking some heavy hits. The best player looking to clean up, but not able to get to him. Whoopi, very low himself. Got the rope. Shansky will fall. Best player off to a good start. Finds his 3rd kill. Hoon will find Whoopi as well. 4-2 on the scoreboard.
And this is kind of the issue right now, and why Franco is not a regular meta pickup. Even though Riles tried to go in there, tried to get himself a steal there, gets picked off by best player.
At least Kuya can grab the purple buff. No, that's not really worth the trade. But anything best player can get, he's going for. I mean, he's already 4-0-1. Take a look, though, off screen. We got to see Zia versus Jolie, wrestling with the Lincoln Pounce, just showcasing how strong the Roger is. And technically, I mean, the hair is supposed to be the counter.
Yeah, I mean, a good job up there by LEGACi up there and by Jolie. But what I was going to say before, though, is that the problem with the Franco pick here is what you're seeing. He's not a tank. He's a support character. And they're really taking, oh, this is that teleport we were talking about.
Yeah, there's no way he's getting out of that. Deadly Magic, 5-man team, high mobility for a turret dive as well. Some great execution, but Hoon unable to escape. Kuya Ken will be able to take that kill, but that's the roamer for LEGACi. Zaman Force dropping down. Jolie able to get out of there, but hit with a lot of damage. Bloody Hunt does get out. Zia will be stopped in his tracks, and Jolie, with the assistance, will be able to pick up that kill.
Yeah, 6-4. I mean, not absolutely crazy right now. I do like the synergy of those teleports, though. It's got a lot of options there, especially you're just kind of looking, waiting for your team. You're like, all right, you guys all ready? Whoop, we found somebody. Boom, engage, and you've got 4 members at the snap of a finger loading, unloading on you. And there's not really much that you're going to be able to do there. We'll take a look at some of these items here. Yep, not too much right now. I mean, like I said, just about a 1K gold lead for Gaimin Gladiators.
But you are going to see best player trying to get a kill. Flame shot for the still. Hoon a little bit greedy there. Doesn't want to give the best player. Going in for another on the double kill. Shansky, Deadly Magic. Not going to be able to deal the final hit, but a very close call. Blade of Heptases, though, was picked up by best player, and he is hitting like a truck.
Yeah, I mean, already he's sitting at 5-0-2 right now. Teleport again.
Ooh, going to make the most out of chip. Jolie taken down by Fried Chicken. no connection over there with the hook as well. Riles rushing in, trying to deal some damage. We'll be able to catch Shark with the electrifying beat. We'll be able to find the trade, but may fall. Chicken on the chase, able to shut him down and goes back to safety.
Yeah, and right now they really, I mean, this is what we were seeing when we saw those Lu Yi gameplay there, is that they're getting behind enemy lines, they're finding, and they're cutting them off, which is the biggest thing.
Yeah, speaking of cutting things off, 2v1 Whoopi turned into a easy death over there from the side of Gaimin Gladiators. 2 members falling though. It's now 11-5 in 5 minutes. GG up on the advantage.
And this is one of the reasons I was really kind of talking about. I would probably have preferred the Kai pick there. Kuya Ken is just, he's just a bag of gold out there for Gaimin Gladiators right now. Doesn't have his defensive items right now. Best player too far ahead to really even be stopped.
Yeah, and speaking of stopping things, Hoon will find another, shuts down Jolie. Everybody just out for the fight, out for a good time. You can definitely tell Gaimin Gladiators is just chasing the kills right now, but still able to claim the objectives alongside it. Tier 1 will fall for the top side.
Yeah, 20K to 15 right now. 5K gold lead for Gaimin Gladiators at the 6-minute mark. Whoopi, I mean, doing an all right job down here, but we're starting to see the towers fall in favor of Gaimin Gladiators as they get there first and are looking to kind of continue this push.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we got to see Chip in action. Not the way that I would have predicted, at least drafting-wise. Bloody Hunt, though, going to go ahead and catch him in his tracks. Kuya Kin will be able to draw that advantage with that kill. Off to a good start over there for LEGACi to be able to turn it around. But Zombie Force dropping down. Jolie will fall. Zia shuts him down. Zia gets the double, shuts down Kuya Kin as well. Tier 1 turret in the mid lane will fall as well. Zia off to a great start to be able to try and steal the MVP away from best player.
I mean, this kind of is just at that question. You saw a great set and a pickup there for Kuya Ken on that Franco into the just leads more Gaimin Gladiators kills.
Yeah, speaking of kills, I'm forced to drop down. Zia will find Whoopi. Maybe able to get another, but Chicken able to deal the final blow. Takes down Whoopi. Shansky falling alongside him. 2 members down for LEGACi. The kills are climbing as GG is rising up that ladder.
Yeah, and nothing has been able to stop best player right now. Kuya Ken is a super squishy at the moment. I mean, he's able to find a few. Oh, nice little hook.
Yeah, we'll be able to stop him in his tracks. That's the suppression they were looking for. Jolie gets best player. Blade of Despair picked up by Fried Chicken to deal some massive damage. Man, Private, I don't know. I don't think they'll be able to do it at the 9-minute 30-second mark like the last game, but this is another fast one for the side of GG. Azia will find another shuts down Whoopi.
Yeah, and we can take a look here. I mean, we've already got the Feather Heaven there picked up for the Harriet there. Zia is going to be doing an immense amount of damage. We were talking about that BOD now. Picked up for the Benedetta. I mean, you've already got a huge amount of damage coming from her, but now with that BOD, you're really going to kind of be crushing it. And we got the Malefic Roar and Blade of Hephaestus picked up by best player right now, sitting 2K gold ahead of Riles.
Yeah, Zama Force dropping down again. Zia being a problem out there for LEGACi, trying to deny them any farm, and now invading into the tier 2 turret, forcing 4 members of LEGACi back into the base. Complete bully so far, passing that 30K threshold in terms of gold.
Yeah, trying to make another quick one out of this. I want to say the synergy right now. Oh, look at the damage right now. Being capped off there by Azia with 28,000. But like I was about to say, like Shark with these teleportation portals out there right now is just doing such a great job. I mean, it doesn't even matter. It pops up right on top of tower and the rest of the team just kind of folds into LEGACi and there's not anything that they can do.
Yeah, it's a tough situation, just how mobile Gaimin Gladiators is and already how they're good at making the most out of the micro and the macro across the map. I mean, look at them getting comfortable. There goes the teleport we were talking about. Going to go ahead and possibly hit that shortcut. You are going to look at Kuya Kin Shansky trying to give some vision, though, trying to rotate around. But in terms of who has more items on their side, 7,000 gold lead for GG so far. There's the teleport in. GG may go in for the siege.
It's just saw best player kind of come in there. He's like, surprise! Oh, there's nobody here. So now he's going to go back. It looks like they're going to go ahead and focus their efforts onto the Lord right now.
Man, credits to the cameraman, able to keep up with this high mobility so far. Best player will be able to take down the Lord for the side of Gaimin Gladiators, but on the top side, Electrifying Beats may be able to find one. Falling Star Moon drops down. Whoopi will be able to shut down Hoon, but the Lord in GG's favor.
Yeah, Lord coming down at bottom lane as well, which means you're going to have an immense amount of pressure. Whoopi, not long for this world as Best Player gets a hold of him and cables him into dizziness. We are going to have a lot of pressure coming up at the top lane. I'm expecting to see Gaimin Gladiators kind of split, prioritize this so that you have the Lord at bottom, and now you're going to have to answer up at the top as well, as you see Zia kind of hunkering down in this bush.
Right, we have passed the 10-minute mark. You are looking at Gaimin Gladiators being very aggressive so far, and it's worked in their favor. Highest kill so far in the game is going to be Best Player, though, only finding one death so far on this Fanny. But I feel like it's just a race for kills on who can kind of get the most in today's game for GG. But speaking of kills, both sides finding it out. A lot of aggression. Kuya Kim will find Fried Chicken. Best Player rushes in, takes down Riles. Bloody Hunt to drop down for the stun. Jolie with the alley-oop will take down Zia. 2 members falling for Gaimin Gladiators. 1 for the side of LEGACi, and GG will back off.
Yeah, they actually had to back off there. It looked like Shark kind of threw down a portal. The rest of the team, I want to say blindly kind of just leapt into the portal, not really having a real good garner for what was going on. Oh, Best Player.
He did connect with the hook, but no Bloody Hunt for the follow-through, and it looks like Best Player was able to get out.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, that portal, I felt like GG kind of jumped into there, didn't realize what was going on, and then you had the rest of the team got eaten up. Not like this time, though. Whoopi just gets deleted.
Oh my goodness, yeah, Control, Alt, Delete. Just putting that on a macro right there with how fast they're able to shut him down. Whoopi at the front end of that 1-6-0, having a hard time getting online, but I feel like the later this goes, maybe LEGACi can turn it around. Maybe they try and play for the late game. Gaimin Gladiators with their aggressive stance, though, will they even give them that opportunity, right? They're starting to try and sink these lanes, possibly go in for some aggressive plays, just because they have the dive capability. They're able to engage and disengage because of the mobility.
Well, and the problem here now comes to the point that you can't even split push, because even if it's just Shark that finds you, it's all over, because you can be able to throw down a portal, and then you have the entirety of Gaimin Gladiators coming for you.
Oh, speaking of Gaimin Gladiators, Chicken, Electo final blow. Riles getting out of there with the hair on his chin. 1 HP escape.
Yeah, 21-10 right now. 7K gold lead for the side of Gaimin Gladiators, looking to close this out right now. 19 seconds left on this Lord. I'm not even sure what you can do here. You've got a danger all over the map. If it's not even if it's not just Shark who's able to teleport the entire team to your position, you're talking about how quickly Best Player can close the distance.
Yeah, and speaking of Best Player, Gaimin Gladiators on the bot side, rushing in, trying to get some blood. Whoopi will follow Zia. With the Zombie Force, we'll be able to shut him down, but the hook and the Bloody Hunt into the turret. Kuya Kin on the trade-off. We'll take down Fried Chicken. Zia fall. That is going to be Jolie picking up that kill, but Best Player to respond back with the swiftness will shut him down.
Yeah, and that's basically what we were talking about. The Shark able to throw down a portal. This time, I want to say Gaimin Gladiators a little bit more choosy and patient before they entered the portal, then got out there and were able to find themselves about 2 or 3 kills there onto LEGACi.
Yeah, Best Player rushing in with the steel cables, almost able to find one. Shansky will shut down Best Player, not able to escape the last-minute damage on the aggressive play.
Yeah, I mean, doing on a back foot right now, LEGACi actually able to answer with some kills of their own, but I mean, they're still being pushed into their turret right now. They're into their turrets. They're forced to turtle right now, and it's kind of up to this game's momentum is really on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. It's on them to make a mistake. LEGACi looking for an opportunity, though. You see this Lord just kind of laying in wait, and Gaimin Gladiators just kind of throwing out the bait.
Yeah, Shark will teleport, bring Zia and Hoon alongside them. Riles gonna use the Electrifying Beast. There goes the hook and the Bloody Hunt for the suppression. Hoon will be caught out of position. Chicken going to the battle. Electrifying blow will not connect, but he will get a little bit of a slash off for some damage. Falling Star Moon from Whoopi, forcing out the Cosmic Fusion, forcing out the Zombie Force from Zia. Rushing in, Shansky on the retreat now, trying to get away. The stun on to Whoopi as well. That is going to be 1 member falling for the side of GG. Nobody falling for LEGACi, but the Lord Pit still in control for the Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, I was about to say it did look kind of appear like Gaimin Gladiators were playing with their food for a little bit, but now starting to focus up on the Lord. They're just going to look to end this right now. Best player going in, actually getting a decent amount of damage, but I want to say not having that same effect. This is what we've seen before from FIENDS.
Yeah, you're going to see the shortcut activated, but Riles will be able to find one. Shuts down. Fried Chicken Shark will fall as well. But the response back from GG. Best player will take down Riles. Jolie forced to jump into wolf form. Kuya Kin taking some serious hits. Hoon on the chase. Cameraman trying to keep up with all the action. A lot going on so far. 24-16 at the 15-minute mark.
Yeah, you've got just players from Gaimin Gladiators appearing at random points of the map with these portals, with the cables coming out from Best Player right now, the dashing coming from Zia, how quickly Benedetta can kind of traverse the map, especially when it comes with that Electo Final Blow as well. And all the while, LEGACi trying to get a grip, trying to get some farm onto this.
Yeah, you already seen another teleport. Just the presence of what Chip provides is very hard to deal with, and LEGACi forced to the drawing board looking for answers, but they're not able to find them. You are looking at GG working on this Lord. This may be their final push to be able to close out this game if LEGACi is not careful. LEGACi needs this game though, right? If they lose here, they'll be knocked down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're at the 16-minute mark, about a 4K gold lead. This isn't the worst we've seen Gaimin Gladiators in the last two games deal with LEGACi right now. So still, I want to say a little bit of an opportunity, but I don't really see a way forward here unless they can kind of take advantage of Gaimin Gladiators with these portals, maybe turn the tides a little quicker when they all try to portal in. Lord coming up at the top means we're going to have some pressure at the bottom as well. Just too high grounds left for LEGACi.
Yeah, Luminous Lord slowly making his way into the base. Only those two high grounds to hold on to, and you are looking at LEGACi ready to make a final stand. GG trying to close out this series with a sweep. Can they do it though? You are going to see Shansky take down Hoon with the assistance of the Bloody Hunt and the Iron Hook from Kuya Kin. Best player with steel cables though with the cutthroat will find Shansky. One member falling for both sides. Final Slash going down with the Electro Final Blow. Kuya Kin, Immortality has been crocked. Jolie forced into the wolf form. Will begin back in the base. Whoopi sustaining the damage. The Iron Hook will grab Chicken. Jolie with the Lincoln Pounce will be able to shut him down. Two members for Gaimin Gladiators will fall. And LEGACi able to take down the Lord, but they're not done. Best player will find Jolie. Gaimin Gladiators still going in for the siege. You are going to see the inhibitor in the mid fall. Zia will be able to claim that. Kuya Kin taking a lot of hits. Back to the base he goes. And they're still going in. Private, I think they're trying to close out this game. Can they do it though? Minions are slowly falling. Zia dealing a little bit of that chip damage. Falling Star Moon from Whoopi to clear out that minion. Here comes the next round though. Do they pull their punches? No, they're not done. They're trying to just find that opening, but I don't know if they can. Riles is going to shut down Shark though. Maybe a slight mistake on the over-aggressive play.
I'm not even sure if it's a we can even call it a mistake yet. I mean, they're chasing them down right now. They're looking to try to get these kills. Are they going to be able to close the distance? They do get onto Zia.
Almost though. That Iron Hook was looking promising. Whoopi though, very low. Chicken trying to change the narrative. Best player alongside him. 2v4. Jolie will find best player. Chicken now trying to retreat. Hoon with the deadly magic from the side play of the bush. Grabbed by the Iron Hook, and Shansky will find him. Who will find Shansky to return that favor, though. A lot of bodies dropping in the land of Dawn today. Both sides, over 20 kills.
Hoon is not having a favorable game here. It's like LEGACi have chosen one player on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. They're like, they might beat us. They might trounce on us and get into our core, but gosh darn it, we're going to make sure Hoon has a heck of a game as they've been able to find the hooks onto him, and Shark actually in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, Winter Truncheon trying to save him. Maybe the high IQ play he needed. Zia will deal the final hit, and Shark able to get out of there alive. Chicken trying to bait out this Lord with the aggro.
Yeah, and Kuya Kin lying in wait, trying to find himself an opportunity. Rest of the team coming in from top.
Yeah, able to connect though. He's gonna grab best player. Whoopi will shut him down. That means that the Lord may be in the taking for LEGACi, as they do have the retribution, but they need to be careful. They're gonna disengage though. A lot of utility was baited out there, and Gaimin Gladiators will be able to claim this Lord with no retribution.
With no retribution, and you had the opportunity. They didn't have Riles, though, so both teams didn't have their retribution here. Whoopi trying to escape back to his base.
Oh, Chicken will find Whoopi, not able to get out of there alive. Immortality being picked up by Jolie last second, trying to sustain himself for the siege from Gaimin Gladiators, looking to close out this series. The Petrify dropping down, the Zombie Force alongside it. Chicken against the world right now. Zia will find Riles. Jolie proc that Immortality, still alive, still in the fight. Zia will find Shansky for the double kill. Jolie back to safety. 2 versus 4. Who you can hit with the stun, and down goes the base Crystal. Gaimin Gladiators takes victory over LEGACi with a clean sweep.
Clean sweep and a best of 5, 3 games in a row for Gaimin Gladiators. Unfortunate for LEGACi, not able to find the answer against North America's #1 seed. You can see right there, I mean, a great game. I want to say a funner game for Gaimin Gladiators there. I felt like they were a little bit more lax here. Not as, especially with kind of trying out this chip and the functionality of some of those portals.
Whew. Like I said, I don't know who the MVP is going to go to, man. We're going to have to see. There was a lot of bodies dropping for that last match, but overall, Gaimin Gladiators, like you said, showcasing why they're in that #1 position. KDA for the entire team, 31, 23, and 64. Team rating overall slightly ahead of LEGACi by 2. Didn't hit double digits, though, which is a little bit surprising, sitting at that 8.82.
Yeah, and you can take a look here at some of the damage and the gold coming out. I mean, like, it wasn't a completely wallop from Gaimin Gladiators. The macro definitely in their favor here. 10 kills for Zia there, 12 for best player. Who took 6 deaths there? He was just getting kind of walloped there. And then 21 assists for Shark on the chip.
Yeah, I mean, man, I never thought I would see all 10 of these heroes in the same game together. But hey, anything's possible for the North American scene, and there it is. Definitely a treat for the first series of the playoffs. Gaimin Gladiators, though, overall able to claim victorious. Rich Guy going to Zia, the carry as well, and then the sandbag will be Whoopi, the new addition, the last-minute flex pick. And the forgotten one will be Shark this time with 21 assists.
Yeah, I mean, he went up from, what was it, 11 assists to 13 assists, now 21 assists. And here, I mean, not even really a contest when it came between the junglers of this game. 12 kills for the side of best player, and really kind of holding Riles at a heat right there. 5, 6, and 7 for him. And they just kind of closed in on them. They're able to find some kills. Riles, I mean, I want to say, like, he's done a great job when it comes to his position, able to find some of those kills, but it's just not on him solely. It's on the rest of the team to kind of come together, and unfortunately, it's not a team of 5 Riles. And here, when it comes to against a team like Gaimin Gladiators, they really enforce their will and able to press forward with a clean sweep over LEGACi.
Yeah, and I think it just kind of pays homage to best player running his comfort pick, right? He picked up that Fanny. He had a great start in the early phase. I mean, he was racking up those kills with ease. He picked up that Blade of Heptases, and he bridged the early way for the team. And then that's where the high mobility took over. That's where Chip started dealing massive damage, able to get the team from point A to B to C to D at certain points of the game, to where we were having a hard time even keeping up with all of the action.
You can see here 159, just basically 160,000 from Zia right there. And then Team 5 participation kind of spread out a little there for Gaimin Gladiators, as they were all kind of coming together with some of those portals, but otherwise kind of split off around the map there. But man, 31 to 23 here, and Gaimin Gladiators just basically making a statement here in North America at the cost of LEGACi here. This is why they are #1 here, even with some of the better engagements in that first series. Unfortunately, I mean, we're talking about a team like Gaimin Gladiators, and there's a reason they're at the top of NA right now.
Yeah, definitely agree with both of you. With Gaimin Gladiators, the result is nothing of the unexpected, but starting from the first game, we can see LEGACi definitely made some pretty good fights against GG, actually clinching some turtles on their way, but was not able to connect in the end. What I want to know, guys, is we saw that Roger going in for the jungle lane. How do you feel about Roger coming back in jungle, or are we going to see more of that in the upcoming matches?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm a fan of it. I mean, it's kind of, like I said, it reminds me of the Martis, when Martis started stepping into the scene, able to get those early kills, able to bridge that gap. But Roger just shines so well because he can dominate in the gold lane, but he can dominate in the jungle as well. And I mean, if case goes to show, we saw that today. And I think it's going to kind of shift the meta around with what teams are kind of prioritizing. I kind of asked Private the same question as well. And I mean, we've seen just how capable the Roger can be.
If this Roger in the jungle continues, it does open up for like a lot of flexibility when it comes to the draft and having that Roger out there. But we have to ask too, is it because the Roger is meta and he's going to be doing well in the jungle? Or is it because Gaimin Gladiators were facing a team like LEGACi where they felt they could be a little bit more lax in some of their picks?
Well, I mean, third game, we did see some Harley picks coming back in, so that's a question we'll continue finding out about later. But the Chip pick, though, we wanted to see Chip back into the scene, and we did see it in the last game. How do you guys feel about Chip?
He's hard to keep up with, I'll say that. Even just the cast, you're kind of like looking at one side of the map, and then boom, here he goes on the top side, bringing 2 players with him as well. I think he can provide a lot of pressure to teams that are not able to kind of focus on aggressive teams. So I think you can easily overwhelm teams that just don't know how to kind of think on the fly to adjust for defense. And I think that's where kind of Gaimin Gladiators shine toward that mid to late game.
I saw something today that I didn't see last week with the Chip pick, and that was a game where Chip made a difference. And of course, we're talking about Shark here, so if he's going to be able to make a difference, it's going to be him. But when you saw these engagements, you saw he'd be able to kind of, as long as Chip was the one that closed the distance on somebody, he's able to lay down a portal, even underneath a tower. The entire team comes out, goes ahead and bashes whoever they're ganking, the marksman, the XP laner, and then they're back into the portal, back to their lane very quickly. It does have a lot of, I want to say, opportunities in 5-man play. I know in ranked games, when people playing it, there've been some issues with it because you don't have that same synergy with random people that you're playing with. But like, I mean, here in 5-man play where everybody's communicating and everybody can be like, all right, everybody in the portal now, they go in, they get back to their lanes very quickly. I mean, there is a lot of opportunity for a character like that.
And we'll start to see teams picking that Chip as they gain more confidence and practice playing it in the 5-man roster. And the MVP of the series will go to Best Player from GG. I know you guys had a hard time picking your MVPs, but let's take a look at Best Player's gameplays. Let's take it away, Weezy.
Well, it's a surprise a little bit. It was definitely hard to figure out who it was going to be. Honestly, I probably would have gave it to the cameraman after the last game. But Best Player definitely had some great execution. Like we said, we've seen him on the Roger. Inside of the jungle, traditionally, we've been seeing the Roger inside of the gold lane, so he was able to kind of mix it up and keep even us casters, on a swivel. And then also pulling out that Fanny for that final series and just having such a great game, right? There goes the Fanny right there, all over the place, and he's like a one-man army. He can get the job done. He picks up 4 or 5 kills before GG even needs to initiate and help him around the map, and just that utility that he provides for the early phase is what helps them dominate overall.
And this is why you see a lot of those bans on some of those mechanically heavy heroes when teams are facing a team like Gaimin Gladiators, because Best Player has the ability, especially for heroes like Joy, the Nolan, Fanny, he's able to use them all very precisely. And we've seen there, even without the chip, he's able to get around the map, even into enemy territory at the early game, find the kills, find his way back out. I mean, it's just a sight to behold.
Yeah, and when the first time that I saw Best Player playing that Fanny, I was pretty shook when he had the recall game going on. He actually does recall a lot throughout the game, and if you guys haven't checked out his recall little one-trick guide, go check it out on our YouTube channel. And today we have an interview with Hoon from Gaimin Gladiators. Let's see what she got to say about this match. Hello, Hoon. How you doing?
Hello. Good, thanks.
Hello. Thanks. Flame shot Harley. What was going on there? 6 deaths.
Oh. I got trolled. I got baited.
You got baited into
there was a
picking
chick
Harley?
ultimate. No, said come. I go and I got hooked. What can I do?
So you're the troller with Loi, and then now the troll's on you.
Pretty much. Tasting my own medicine.
Payback time. So what do you think about the Chip versus Loi matchup? Is there an opportunity for both Chip and Louis on the same team for the competitive scene?
Oh yeah, I was actually gonna go Louis there, but I thought Harley would have been more fun. That's why I picked Harley. But definitely Louis can work with Chip.
And you can troll each other throughout the game.
Yeah, it'll be an amazing macro with those two.
Yeah, we'll definitely like to see that in the upcoming matches. So if you guys beat LEGACi and bring them down to lower bracket, what would you give them as one advice as they walk into that lower bracket?
Oh, LEGACi. I don't know. Maybe Raz can pull out the not Fanny, Harley. He's actually pretty good at Harley.
What about the Hayabusa?
Maybe if this was like 3 years ago. I think it's kind of washed on Haya. He's
mean,
good Harley though.
Well, give it to you, Rouse. Hoon said it, pull out the Harley, so maybe we'll see that in their upcoming match. So who do you guys think is your toughest opponent going into Vegas for GG?
I mean, definitely, I think the top teams that we worry about is Area 77, BTK, DA. So I don't know. We're going up against either Area 77 or Fiends. So I think we need to worry about that first. But yeah, those three teams that I mentioned.
Okay, so out of the 3 teams that you mentioned, who do you think is the biggest challenge that might potentially bring you guys down to lower bracket?
I'll say BTK because they're the only one that beat us so far.
Then talking about BTK, what do you think about their chance making it to Vegas?
I'm not sure.
Okay, good. Fair enough. We're very excited to see how GG performs. Can you give us a little tour of your jersey? This is the first time we're seeing your Gaming Gladiator jersey live on stream. So let's take a look at what it looks like. Ooh, looking strong there. All right. Thank you, Hoon, for joining us for the interview. Best of luck to GG in the upcoming matches, and we're gonna continue cheering on for you guys.
Thank you.
This is the moment every
like
time during stream. Yeah.
I was waiting for Liz to leave, but I like the new jersey. Honestly, it was interesting when he talked about the Hayabusa, right? I was wondering if he was going to kind of give credit to it because Riles is a pretty good Hayabusa, but I do agree, just currently not with the meta. Maybe trying something like the Harley could be a game plan, but I thought he was going to say, like Private, I heard him kind of whispering it, drink water, ban Mathilda.
Yeah, as for advice, and yeah, he's right though. There are actually some buffs coming in Hayabusa's future. I'm not sure if that's gonna pull him into the meta soon enough, but yeah, he's had a kind of a rough ride of it. And while Riles did make a name for himself on the on the Hayabusa, he does respect the fact that it's just no longer in the meta. And I mean, to use it is really, especially at this tier. We actually saw him use the Hayabusa a little bit in the qualifiers, but I mean, I want to say that's just a little bit of a sign of respect that he has for the top 8. He's not pulling it out here. He knows that it's not a meta pick. It's not something, there are better opportunities for it. And then I want to say I love the cap off there with seeing the jersey, the little black and gold there for it there. Nice colors on it. Really appreciate it, and especially Gaming Gladiators there. It's a good, respectable victory for them here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, black and gold kind of matching with Private here. We're all going with the gold scene today, a little gold earring, and then we have the gold tie. So we're definitely pulling the gold off. And it looks like GG also have that color palette going on. Actually, last week, Shark did wear the gold, wear that jersey, but we haven't really caught that. So this week, we saw it on his teddy bear. Very interesting camera roll. Very, very interesting watching the games for sure. Now with the Harley advice, I feel like that was kind of a troll advice. I mean, are we really going to see Harley in a jungle position? Is Harley even viable for the jungle role right now?
Hey, there's only one way to find out, right? Well, hopefully we'll see it today. But no, I don't know. I don't think so. Just because it's not oftenly picked to be at least have enough statistics, and I don't really see Harley shining that much. Plus, I just feel like it's easily counterable. You can grab somebody who can kind of deal a lot of damage to be able to burst them down. You can go the tankier route to be able to sustain yourself against the magic damage. But who knows? I mean, I feel like anything's possible nowadays with the way the meta is kind of shifting.
Yeah, I mean, there's opportunities, and maybe it's just the play style that Riles has might synergize well to make it an option, but it's going to have to definitely be something that the rest of the team is building into, like we saw from that second game of LEGACi, where you had some single target damage, you had some group damage, you had some, it didn't synergize well, and you're going to need something like that, especially if you're going to pull out a Harley in the current meta that we have.
But for LEGACi though, today they had a very challenging matchup just because they're going against the top tier GG. But just as general prospects for LEGACi, coming from you guys, what do you think LEGACi can do to, I don't know, get a match win?
To get a match win? Oh, I mean, this is their last, they have one more chance. So they have to be able to claim the series in the lower bracket. Now, in order to gain one, I guess if we can just speak on their gameplay, I mean, it's kind of harder to pick when they win against GG because they kind of dominate every area for the most part. But I would say the early game should be one of the main points that they kind of focus on, finding a way to be able to take these objectives with little to no loss and trying to delay the trades from the enemy side. The second thing I would say is probably a little bit better drafting, in my opinion. I kind of feel like there was a lot of times where it was just kind of awkward with certain heroes playing with others, like synergized compositions. Maybe going in for like that standard, somebody with group CC, somebody who can provide support, some late game damage, some early game damage, and then, probably somebody with split push capability or anything of that nature, I think would be a little bit better. But we typically see them pick a couple of heroes that kind of do the same thing, and it's a little bit overkill when you stack them together.
For me today, we saw, at least in the first game, I want to say we saw synergy. We saw better macros, better mechanics from them. They were able to use the Hilda very well. They were able to get ganks, 4-man ganks, cover the escapes of enemies. It just turns out that eventually they got overwhelmed with it, and they were able to shine with it. The draft, and I feel like that was the plan that they came with this very specific draft. Unfortunately, when we got away from that draft, it felt like they just had issues. They didn't know what they were supposed to be doing, where these characters really shined, especially a character like a Masha or even the Franco pickup was questionable. I don't want to say it was bad, but I just feel like there's better options to be able to do it. We saw, like, I immediately knew as soon as Franco was picked up, he's going to have a heck of a time surviving the damage that was going to be output by them. Because like I said, he's not really a tank, he's a support. And it's something that you want to have like a strong front line for, to be able to kind of pull that off. It's just, there's little issues when it comes to those type of drafts, the decision making for some of the characters. I'm not sure but that's kind of a question up there. Is that because of hero pool? Is that just because they panicked during the draft? I don't know, but what I did see today was that they are getting better when it comes to synergizing. They're getting better when it comes to whoever's making the calls out there. From the first game, the second game, I mean, there's very little you can do when you're getting pushed back that hard to really kind of shine, and when it comes to macro and mechanics there. But I mean, they're getting better and they're improving. There's a reason that they are top 8. They made it through 64, 128 different teams to get here. So I mean, there is respect on that. They're still a top 8 team in North America. It's just there's such a huge shadow that is cast by the rest of the teams here at the top 8.
Yeah, they might be struggling against the other 7 teams. They're still doing a lot better than the other 100 teams that didn't make it to the regular season. So keep that in mind, guys. Now, before we go into the next series of the day, Area 77 versus the new revamped Fiends, we have a giveaway for all of you lovely viewers who are staying in tune with us right now. On screen, you have the giveaway code for one of these permanent skins. We have 40 today, actually, not 31, but we have 40 quantity for the skins. First come, first serve, so make sure you redeem that code, type that code in for one of these skins. They actually upgraded to 40, guys. I mean, it's not a big upgrade, but it's something, right?
Hey, I mean, I always say the best price is free, so definitely claim it while it's available. And like I said, I'm a collector myself, so I love getting every single hero skin in Mobile Legends when I can. Obviously, we can't grab those because we're on the desk, but there are some out there for you guys. So make sure you guys get them while they're still there.
A nice round number 40 instead of like the random 31. It just comes out of nowhere. 31 available. I assume that at some point nine staff members got themselves some skins, and that's where we got that number from. But 40, we're up in it. We're up in the ante here in North America for you guys, giving you guys a little something back for our lovely viewers out there.
Yeah, I mean, Trek spreading the propaganda that 31 is actually for Stephweezy to grab that #1 spot for Weezy, but we're not actually taking any prize away from you guys, just to keep that in mind. We have a little break coming up. The next match is supposed to be scheduled at 8 o'clock, but we are only going to have a 15-minute break. So come back with a glass of water, refresh up for the next series, Area 77 versus Fiends. See you guys in 15 minutes.
The rumors.
About what?
The rumors from the border.
The demon.
He's coming! What happened? They're all dead! Oh no, no! It's him! He's coming! He's coming! Impossible! Get him out of here! He's coming! He's coming for us! Who's there? An imposter has sullied our name! We are the might of the kingdom! For the king! No. Please. You demon. Please.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Curse it! Take my vengeance! Protect your queen! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
I mean, she'll get it back soon.
With G? With G right now? Good.
Yeah, go.
Oh, sure is yours. Jeez.
Look at Angela.
Jesus Christ. Wait, let's jump this.
Valentina.
Yeah, Valentina ready open.
Double dash.
Flicker. Val, flicker, Val. Yeah, we're on him. I'm blocking. You can't eat.
They're on me.
Yes.
Oh,
Good
we're
work.
trying to
Reload,
gangbang.
reload.
What the f? I tried ulting you.
Oh, yo, you know. Yeah, hit it.
I'm fine. He still has ult. He was strong.
It just got cancelled a bunch. That's why.
Yeah.
I stun him. You missed your stun, my boy.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the Lord. After kill.
He dies. Nice.
They're probably in there.
Oh,
Oh, she has no flicker.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Angelo.
I think you're fine.
You good? Carlos?
No.
I'm dead.
Edible?
Annabo, Sampro.
End the ball.
Nice.
End it?
Yeah.
You end it? Nice! And
Comfort
four!
style. Bro, I didn't even notice this guy was ending. Holy shit.
I know.
Keep going. I'm up on 5.
Yeah, you'll be up in time.
I'm going for the tower.
You might have to go top. No, it's fine.
Both of you guys go. We should just be able to tower lock.
I'm coming.
Any dice?
Keep going. Almost there.
Right here.
We have another wave too. Keep going. And then.
Nice.
Oh my god, okay.
Nice. That's crazy.
One more.
Miss. Don't give it to
You three stay mid. Me and I'll clear wave because they can't rush Lord. Okay?
Yeah, no, it's not, watch out top. I think, yeah, just let's clear.
Yo, G. Nice. No, we could actually push.
Yeah,
they have no wave clear. No wave clear. They have no wave clear. We could end. No wave clear. Clear mid.
Yo, G.
3G.
Everyone walking.
I don't want to give it.
No more. Yo, back. We good.
No, we can end.
Push me here.
They're so low. They're low. Push mid. We can zone. I'll zone. Push.
Yo. Smith's gonna push by herself. We should go back here, no?
Yeah.
Yo,
GG. Yo, mid. Clear mid. Clear lock.
God damn it.
GG.
Nice. Yo, I'm not gonna do interview.
What are you doing? Wait, what are you doing?
Huh?
Yo. You do interview, bro.
Interview.
Yeah.
The NACT spring season has been nothing but big plays and hype moments. 77 is going to have to back off. Kahari doesn't care, though. Look at the damage coming on the Jules Cutie, able to shred him down. Every team has fought hard and competed at the highest level.
White Chicken able to get the I'm offended. Tarzan Cutie goes down. Maybe they should have just gone for the Lord, but they decide not to. They want to try to force this right here, but Jay is bursted. Shark back on the field. Area 77 are falling. Did they push it too far? Gaimin Gladiators don't come to our base just yet.
Now let's take a look back at their finest moments.
But the Lord is down to half health already. BTK, do they want to try to end this here? Oh, the final slash does lock on to Pro Destroy. Milo back in, knock up, taken out, basic, able to pick up the kill. Magic taking so much damage, but Kahari is up up and ready to go. Speedy Light Wheel. Not able to connect just yet. Nicolette able to find another. It's nothing but Kohari and Churro against the world. And the minions are closing in. Will this be a 2-0? Fiends still trying to put it all on the line here. BTK feeling confident, dropping the toss. Just lock onto the base and finish it. Kohari gonna be the next to fall. Milo looking for it, but now Kohari gets the shutdown. And now the minions are back up. It's Churro and Kohari still against the world, but BTK's not playing anymore.
We're entering the 20-minute sleeps in trouble.
Ooh, a lot of damage on a Sleepy, but they got to get back to base quick. The Lord is already almost there. Minoan's Fury does come out. Full Barrage Flicker, but that is a lot wasted there. Can they clear it out? No, they're locking onto the base, and that is it.
Well, so it's just like a great combination by them. Ooh. Oh, another Divine Judgment.
Melon able to get the kill. Lord still coming. Bloodhound's down one member. A lot of damage on Ooga Booga. Melon able to get the kill. No T finds him asleep. Gets away with just a sliver. Yato flickers in. Lord is on the base, and it's 5 members chipping it down. DA take game 3.
Yeah, the Vengeance just pretty much doing the damage itself in J here.
Oh, they tried for the Divine Judgment, but did get caught. Kohari finds the kill there. A blazing duet from ISO, not able to find too many marks there. You can see the Vengeance from Uneven with those electrifying beats, able to put some damage on Kohari on the back line, trying to shred down. Yureshi might be the next one, and that is it. You can see Kohari. There are no more members for him to take down.
Melon onto T, cushion to the backside, looking for Boca. Taking a little bit too much damage. Ooga Booga able to force him away. T also taking a lot, easy peasy, finds the decimation. Immortality down, T down, but the Lord has fallen as well. They want to lock onto the base. Can they finish this? Ooga Booga does it.
ISO finds the tower into the back. Nicolette with that time journey to try to protect her team. Bursted down, taken down by Marcutie. This could be the end. ISO still pushing into the tower. It's just Colo left. We have minions up at the top. Basic with the blazing duet, trying to clear out the minions, gets taken out by ISO. Here comes Mielo with the damage. He gets taken out by Marcutie. It's just Cold World left, but they have no minions. Still gonna try to force it at this mid tower. We have the timers up. Yureshi coming in. Zane is back out. Is he going to have the heavy spin ready? The core goes down. This is going to be a sweep for Area 77.
Both sides will get a kill. Their first kills of the game. You are going to see Cutie Nash get the kill for the side of LEGACi, but the invasion on the orange buff.
Ooh, a lot of damage onto Riles there. I mean, Rams is there. Rams is going to take it. Praise Wrath goes down. Rams is able to just get away with a singular HP there. But we're already seeing the possibilities from the side of LG, the invades. Whoopi now there as well. Ooga Booga looking for the invade, able to get the knock up. The Time's Revenge. Template goes down. Ooga Booga taking a lot of damage. Whoopi looking for the final punch, the knockout punch, and knocks him out.
We're still looking at 7 turrets in favor for GG though, but maybe some more for Devious Activity as they're now seizing the opportunity.
Ooh, big final slash onto TT goes down. Melon on the run. Fried Chicken finds the kill. Kush might just be next. It's a 3-for-1 trade. Best player's been down, and they don't care. Yato now in trouble, in the wall, trying to get away. Shark not gonna let it happen. It's the final slash, and all that's left is Mikasa. Can they end this here? It's nothing but Mikasa on the field. Mikasa pops the ult. Gonna try to, oh my god, look at the damage to Mikasa, but he's immediately taken out. GG will close the night out early.
The teams are ready for their battles, but only 2 will make it to Vegas for the final showdown. NACT, it's time to pick your champion.
Hello everyone, this is Fly Chicken. Welcome to my Hero 1 Trick Guide. Today, I want to show you my Ruby Sparta guide. Ruby's arsenal is packed with crowd control with very short cooldowns. Also, added on top of the lifesteal you are getting, it makes common sense for you to play more aggressively, Sparta style. AKA, don't be afraid to limit test and die a few times, a Fly Chicken signature. In this example, my jungler got caught in quite a bit of trouble by the opponent's XP laner.
We're back, guys, for the second half of today's playoffs match. We have Area 77 versus Fiends. Very interesting matchup. We know Area 77 didn't change their roster even for a bit, but Fiends are looking at a pretty drastic change. So what do you guys feel about it?
I mean, with new roster changes comes new challenges, but also sometimes new opportunities. So I will say I'm looking forward to it. I myself am a fan of teams that kind of keep their roster the same, just because, I mean, at least in NACT, it's been proven that those teams are a little bit more successful in the long run. But I mean, sometimes change is for the better, and I guess we'll be able to see that today for our second series.
Yeah, I've been on the same set of music there as Wheezy when it comes to kind of changing things up. I've been a big advocate of why mess with a formula that is working for you. But we've seen some success when you have maybe a hole that isn't being covered well. You put somebody else in that position. I mean, we saw, just speaking of LEGACi just a while ago, I want to say this was a much better LEGACi than we've seen during the season games. I mean, given they were facing a team like Gaimin Gladiators, so there really wasn't much wiggle room for them to really explore that. But I mean, anything is possible when it comes to some of these changes.
But for Fiends, they actually put Kohari on that roam position, which is very interesting because throughout the regular season, we were all talking about Kohari the brave, Kohari the guy who's carrying his team to victory in that marksman lane, but he actually decided to go roam, which is very interesting change because we don't know that much about the new players they added onto the rosters. Oh, well, I'm guessing that they feel like Kohari will get outshined by the marksman they're adding it.
Yeah, I mean, outshined? I don't know if it'll be outshined. I mean, Kohari was really good in the goal lane. I will say a couple of times he was overly aggressive. I called him Tony Montana at one point. Like, he will go against the world for a final stand if he has the opportunity. But he was still a pretty decent goal laner. I mean, he's kind of newer on the scene, so you got to work out some of those kinks, especially against the upper echelon marksmans. But I think he was pretty solid. But now seeing him inside of the roam position, he's up for a challenge, right? I mean, the roam is a very hard role to kind of step into. Is you have to initiate so much in the gameplay, right? You have to be setting the tone, rotating around the map, creating the opportunity, and he likes to be aggressive. Sometimes that could be great for a roamer, but other times it could not be. So we'll have to see as we move forward with these matches.
Yeah, for me, I know there's been a lot of talk, especially from him transferring from that marksman position to the roam position. And just because of that Tony Montana mindset, when he was a marksman, it didn't matter if his team was ready. He just charged in, get the kill, and get out. You can't do that as a roamer. So I'm definitely looking at Kohari. I want to see what the changes he's made. Are we going to see a brand new Kohari out here that's patient, that's waiting to get those sets for his team, that's making sure that his team is ready before he goes in? That's going to be, I want to say, that's going to be the big point for me on the success of Fiends here tonight.
It reminds me of one thing. Ooga Booga, you remember when Ooga Booga was running in the marksman and then he swapped to the roam position? I mean, we've half seen it before. It kind of reminds me of that situation. And Ooga Booga was very aggressive in the roam position after switching that. So maybe, I don't know, we'll have to see how it goes.
I mean, if you put it that way, I mean, judging by Private Space, doesn't seem like it's very convincing with that swap right there. But let's take a full look at the Fiends updated rosters. Let's see what it is, Private.
We've got a Braynar. Kohari, we know, is now taking up the roam position. Churabami in the mid lane. Pro Destroy still in the jungler. I actually thought he was, no, he's going to be sitting in their jungle. And then we're going to have Yuri Cutie, who is now in for the XP lane. So we're going to have, I want to say, 2 new players and 1 swap of a position here for Fiends.
And what do you feel? How do you feel about that, Weezy?
I mean, he is right. That's 2 new additions. I mean, with Braynar and then Yuri Cutie, 2 new players, not just 1. Like, we've been seeing a lot of teams just switch out 1 player, but 2, man, that's almost 50% of your team right there that you're switching out. That's almost a brand, and then a role swap for the 3rd player. That is a brand new team at that point. So I don't know. I mean, I feel like with their team, though, Fiends kind of took the world by surprise, right? They've been doing pretty decent in the NACT. It's not the same story as the first series that we got to see today with LEGACi. They've had a little bit of a different route, right? They've taken their wins, they've also taken their losses, but this in their eyes is an upgrade, and hey, I'm all for it. I mean, they're a brand new team on the scene and they're trying to make a name, and I feel like this is just the beginning for these guys.
Yeah, and points-wise, they're pretty neck to neck when it comes to Area 77 and Fiends. With this new update, though, we'll find out how they perform. But Weezy, why don't you take us through the Area 77 full roster coming in today?
That's right, as you are seeing a lot more of a familiar type of roster. ISO, JQT, MarQT, Tarzan QT, and Yoreshi. A lot of these players have been kind of spread across the land of Dawn in the top 8 teams of North America for a decent amount of time. I will say one of the most interesting things about Area 77, at least this time around for NACT Spring, was MarQT, right? He switched over from being a gold laner from the previous NACT to swapping over as a mage, and I think I was wondering how that would kind of play into a part for him, and I think it's been pretty well. I think he knows how to be aggressive, and he also knows when to pull back when needed, and this is where we do see new additions such as a role swap or swap into a new team actually work in their favor.
Well, yeah, and that kind of carries along. I want to say there's not a huge amount of difference when it comes to a role like the marksman into the mage position. I mean, well, there's a lot of difference, but there's a lot that carries over into the mid lane, and that you're waiting to kind of get your power spikes, the damage you're looking for those the squishier members to try to get that damage on. I think the added thing from the mage position is your rotations now. Now you're looking for opportunities to get those ganks onto the side lane, so it kind of lent itself and really helped MarQT to kind of shine in those positions. But like we were talking about, I mean, no changes here, and especially for a team like Area 77, who in the playoffs has been known to really shine.
Yeah, and let's see what our casters predicted for this matchup today. Oh, wow. Ooh. Looks like Zeke joined Yue there with the Fiends hype. Zeke believes fully in Fiends' potential today. What do you guys feel? Because I personally felt that Area 77's roster was working pretty well. They had some roster swaps there to there because of MarQT's schedule, but overall they've been doing very well throughout the series. They're actually one of the 2 teams that took a win against BTK, so definitely very strong there. And Fiends' new lineup is a little bit questionable for me, but what do you guys feel?
I'm right there with you. I agree with the BTK statement. They were able to kind of surprise the world with that victory, and it was a good look for them. And also not changing too much on their roster means we already know what to expect with their synergy, and so do they jumping inside of the land of Dawn. And this is kind of why they earned my vote. Not to mention, I mean, we've seen Area 77 do really well. Private made an excellent point on talking about them kind of showcasing their talent when it comes to the playoffs, right? We saw them make, was it 4th place in the last NACT, right? They were able to get into 4th place. They've actually performed in an offline event as well. So it just showcases how capable of a team Area 77 can be.
I know I'm going to date myself here, but call me Agent Mulder because I want to believe in extraterrestrials here tonight. Area 77, they've come on the scene very strong. And honestly, I want to say I'm a huge fan of what they've been able to do, especially the last 2 seasons. Last season got so many upsets in the playoffs that completely shocked me. This season, I'm not surprised by it anymore. We saw them take a lead over BTK. And here I'm actually looking for these to be, I want to say, my pick for underdogs. The surprises, I feel like Area 77 is going to carry a lot of surprises in these playoffs for us here in North America.
And the Alien Nation and the Fiends are ready, so let the assassination begins.
And that's right. Here we go. Jumping in to the draft for the second series of the day for day 1 of the playoffs for the NACT spring season. Bans are already on the board. We're looking at a little bit of a support taken off the table for both sides. For me, Area 77, they're going to take off that Faramis. On the side for you, Private, looks like it will be the Mathilda.
Yeah, it's pretty basic bans here right now. The big thing for me is I've felt that Area 77 has really carried a lot of weight when it comes to a lot of the compositions that they put together. They're structured well, like from what we saw, like some of the fallacies of LEGACi, where they didn't have picks that really made sense, that they were kind of maybe characters that they weren't too good on. It's completely the opposite for Area 77. Every pick has a purpose here. They do well when it comes to counter picking against their enemies here, and that's a big thing, that a reason why they were able to be so successful here to get 4th place, even a victory over BTK. So I'm definitely looking for them to continue to shine there in their draft here against Fiends.
Yeah, and I mean, kind of taking a look at least both of these teams from their last performance to close out the regular season. Area 77, fresh off of a sweep up against LEGACi 2-0. But on the other side of the table for Fiends, they went up against Gaimin Gladiators, and they got swept 2-0. So one of these teams is fresh off being swept, and the other one is fresh off of putting down the broom. So now we're gonna have to see who can kind of push forward with today's series, and it's gonna be definitely one for the books. We did get to see the Roger picked up in both games for Area 77 up against LEGACi. I wonder if that's gonna be a game plan for them, as it has not been banned on the table so far. They did keep things interesting with the chip on their shoulder as well, to be able to provide that CC and those teleports. But I mean, we kind of talked about what chip can provide, and not really one of the strongest options. But speaking of strong options, playing a little bit on the safer side, Area 77 with the Fredrin.
Yeah, we're going to see what Fiends have to answer here. I know I've talked a little bit in length about Area 77, but Fiends have impressed me so much in this tournament, especially right from the start of the qualifiers. The first team, they put down Gosu in the first qualifiers. So anybody who's been here in North America for a while, they know Team Gosu, I mean, a staple here for North America. And to be put down by a team, and you thought maybe it was a little bit of luck, and then you saw the performance of Fiends throughout the playoffs, throughout the season here, and how well and how successful they've been here. So I mean, it brings up how good maybe Kahari has been, that maybe he's even better on the roam position than he is in the marksman position. He's still a question here as we're going up against Area 77, but we get a lot of that CC and the setting potential. Kahari picking up the Minotaur, and then we're picking up the Roger for a little bit of that marksman lane domination.
Yeah, I mean, you are seeing that Valentina picked up. Looks like it's a response, especially with the Kohari having that Minotaur for the Minoan Fury. The Roger, we predicted this, right? We thought Area 77 would take it if available. They didn't pick it up first pick, which allowed Fiends to kind of counter that and grab it for themselves. Now, Roger still can be flexed. Doesn't mean it's necessarily going to be in the gold lane. It can also be inside of the jungle. We got to see that today in both positions, and I think it did pretty well. Speaking of things that are doing well as well, CC picked up over there by Yureshi, one of those heroes. Very hard to keep at bay, especially providing that split push capability. Being able to rotate around the map, get to the back line will be his main focus, and they need something to either keep him in his tracks or keep up with that pace.
Yeah, I'm expecting, it's very interesting here because I'm expecting to see, as we move into the second banning phase, we're going to probably end up taking Harith off the board. We're going to take off some of those count with the Roger here. Pro Destroy still kind of lingering on his pick. We got 13 seconds to go there. Or are we looking for maybe something to help out? I mean, against the CC right now, depends on what we have for the side of Fiends. If we can possibly play a Benedetta. I know Arlot's taken off the board there. Oh, and then we get a Vexana. So I'm expecting, I mean, that's a great and powerful pick. We saw this banned out. There's a reason she was banned out the entire first series. Is because of the immense amount of damage and CC that comes out from her. Especially, she's such a huge factor in a lot of these objective fights and pushing off the jungle to help your jungle get that retribution.
I think those are all excellent points. I feel like the Vexana is good here. It can definitely provide that damage. Doesn't give too much profit to the Valentina, but I think the Valentina is just going to focus on the group CC, which puts Area 77 in a good position to maybe not even go for a group CC tank, possibly go for something different entirely if they really want to. They could still pick up something like a Rafaela, keep the team alive, keep them mobile if they really wanted to go that route. That's really the only other support that I can see them picking. I don't see the Florian sneaking up in here, but speaking of utility and heroes that can kind of provide that, Export taken off the table. This side for Area 77, trying to limit the XP lane capability, right? We mentioned what heroes can give the CC a hard time. You talked about the Benedetta. I think that's an excellent option. It's highly mobile, able to sustain itself, and also able to keep up with that pace. I think if left unchecked, could be a possible option. I don't see the Black Dragon going down. I feel like the Black Dragon's a little too risky, just because there is a Valentina on the other side of the table. But there was that Harith that you mentioned, which would have been great to counter the Roger in a smart play by Fiends.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting here because I don't imagine much can keep up with the CC. Hereth is taken off the board. They actually really focused on making sure that this marksman lane is going to have, at least if it's just a 1v1, they're making sure that this marksman lane is going to be free for Fiends, which means there's going to need to be some pressure from Area 77. Fiends may be looking to delegate where Area 77 puts the pressure. They're now saying, the picks that are left, you're going to need to answer because Roger's going to basically walk all over it. On the side of Area 77, they're trying to kind of protect Tarzan, the front line there, making sure that Xborg is taken off of there. They're taking off that early game there. Nolan just taken off the board there for them. So we're going to see what we have in answer for them. Still looking for a marksman and a roam position for the side of Area 77.
Yeah, I mean, they could pick up something like a Claude or even a carry, right? I mean, you kind of mentioned the carry going up against the Roger could be a possible threat if you just let carry stack up for that late game. He can survive and do the damage necessary. I feel like the Claude can definitely survive. Maybe a little bit harder when you're jumping into a Minoan Fury for the knockup, but it has survivability in his kit. Brody still could be a viable option, especially when you have a Roger who's going to jump in with the Lycan Pouch, try and burst you down. You can use that Corrosive Strike, get the stun, and flicker back to safety. But speaking of picks, going to go ahead and lock in the jungler for the side of Fiends. Just going to confirm that Roger, at least so far, is going to be inside of that gold lane position.
Yeah, we're going to see what we kind of come up with. You brought up a good point that if you have a Valentina and you're taking a Minoan Fury, you maybe don't need a tank with setting potential. But I mean, I want to say Tigreal's still out there. Diggy is still available as well. We're looking, we're going to have a Grok there. You were right about the Claude pick kind of coming out there as well. Going to be able to spread out a lot of damage. And Grok going to be able to kind of use that wilderness charge, and especially his passive. His passive being able to be next to a wall while he's holding his ability. He doesn't get CC'd. He's got a little bit more tankiness as well. Yeah, going to see how well this stacks up against Fiend's last pick.
Yeah, the last pick on the board. Will it be an XP lane, right? Now, technically, this could still be flex for Fiends, and this is why I kind of like this. But it looks like it's going to be a solidified Barat's in the jungle, which means a Paquito will be in the XP lane. That is going to be up against a CC, though. Now, Paquito's been hitting pretty hard, though. We've seen him in the regular season deal a lot of damage from a lot of XP laners from multiple teams, and I think he's a great answer. Now, CC is a little bit more mobile in my opinion, but I feel like Paquito has a little bit more tricks up his sleeves when it comes to survivability. Now, overall, when it comes to team fights, when it comes to the neutral objectives, I'm expecting a lot of heavy engagement for both sides.
Yeah, the Paquito really shines against, I want to say, some slower but heavy hitters in the mage position, in the marksman position. For me right now, I'm kind of wondering, is Paquito going to be able to close the distance on a Valentina, close the distance on a Claude or a CC, especially because you like to set up a lot of these objective fights. Paquito brings somebody down and then you move on to the objective.
Speaking of closing the distance, into the land of Dawn we go. Area 77 up against Fiends for our second and final series of the night. Who will be able to push on forward in the upper bracket?
Yeah, all eyes. I want to say this is a very anticipated match, especially for me. I definitely want to see how Kohari performs in the roam position, and if Area 77 can bring that same synergy and playoff stability that they have in the past to this match.
Yeah, that's a big step. From a cult laner to a roamer. You don't see that happen too often in the NACT, and Kohari definitely willing to step up to the plate, but was it the right decision? I think that's what everybo's kind of asking right now. But on the bot side, though, we're seeing a lot of early engagements in these matches, Private. I'm like, the camera's not even there yet, and you're seeing people at 10% HP.
That's a lot of quantum charges on the side of Area 77. And this is what I was talking about. There's going to be a lot of mobility. And so I'm wondering if Yuri's going to be able to close the distance with that Paquito to a lot of these who are going to try to kite him away, especially with the immense amount of damage that he brings to a lot of these fights during the objectives or trying to get, you can see already here, and in the lane, he's having a lot of trouble against Ureshi, who's actually zoning him out away from starving him from his lane minions.
Yeah, you're right. There's a lot of mobility, but it's going to be kind of facing against a lot of damage, right? You've seen that double Impure Rage, a couple of Tenacities, and then one Quantum Charge from Yuricutie to try and keep up with the high mobility that Area 77 has. So speaking of mobility, the flicker out Yuricutie not able to escape the wrath, and Yureshi will be able to draw first blood into the hands of Area 77.
And unfortunately, I want to say that the side of Fiends just a few seconds too late to help out with that. But even if I want to say Tarzan didn't aid in that fight, it felt like Yureshi really had that in the bag in the first place.
It's going to give Yureshi a great advantage, too, because, I mean, he's going head-to-head up against Yuri-Cutie, and you kind of mentioned that it may be a little bit of a challenge for Yuri-Cutie to get to the back line. Speaking of back line, though, big knock-up. Airborne goes Pro Destroy, need to get out of there. Tarzan Cutie able to claim the turtle for Area 77. First blood and the first objective in their favor.
I want to say I love the faith that Area 77 has in their jungler, the faith that the jungler has in his team. He didn't go to try to help them, focused on the turtle, made sure that he got that. After he got the turtle, then he went to help them. They got the shield, and then they all backed up. And a good game plan by Area 77. 1 kill up for them.
Yeah, 1 kill up. Still anybody's match, though. I feel like it's going to be a little bit of a closer game than the last series that we watched, especially with both of these teams kind of a little bit more even in terms of being objective focused. But synergy should be in favor for Area 77 since they did not change their roster that much. But will that be the difference they can lean in on, or will that be the strength that Fiends is going to try and hone in on for this match? You are seeing ISO on the top side. He is running this Claude. Has a survivability, but he is going up against that staple pick Roger that we've been seeing dominate so far for the meta.
Yeah, and he's doing a good job of pushing his wave there as well. And that's why I want to say the difference is that while Yureshi is kind of bullying Yuri, he's trying to make sure that he's starving him from his minions. On the other side, I want to say Brynar just kind of forcing and pushing his way toward ISO, which I want to say the better game plan is to kind of try to starve out your opponent there to make sure that he's not getting the goal. A little bit of engagement here at the bottom.
Yeah, 2v1. Yuri-Cutie again. Forced to use the flicker, but this time able to escape the bottom rotation from the side of Area 77, almost finding his second death of the game.
A little bit of a wall there. Didn't actually do anything because Kahare just walked aside of it, but ISO clearing up mid lane as well. Right now, not too much going on. Very slow paced, but I want to say very slowly a little bit of a gold leak coming from Fiends as Area 77 already got themselves a little bit of about 1,000 gold lead.
Yeah, speaking of leads though, Kohari, Minoan Fury for the triple knockup, flickers away, but unable to escape with that distance. Yureshi will find his second kill of the game to shut him down. You are looking at an invasion, though, into the jungle for Fiends. May need to be careful, though. Tarzan hit with the Terrify, hit with the CC. Pro Destroy on the chase, forcing him out of his jungle. And J-Cutie hugging that wall, trying not to get caught up by that CC turtle. 50% HP, both teams willing to clash it out.
Yeah, J-Cutie doing a good job trying to bait out Yuri-Cutie here, trying to put some damage. Yuri looking for an opportunity.
Ooh, looking for the opportunity. The wall will drop. Turtle, very low. Tarzan will take it for Area 77, but may get more. Praise Wrath drops down. We'll find Pro Destroy. J-Cutie finds another. Churro Bomb. He will fall.
Yeah, I want to say very slowly this game starting to edge even closer into Area 77's favor.
Yeah, Ryan on top side, very low. Yuri-Cutie hit with the taunt 3v1. They really want him bad down there, not letting him escape at all, giving him such a hard time, overwhelming him with the numbers.
I feel like every single time they engage, Area 77 comes with more members at the bottom. They weren't able to take care of it with 2 last time. All right, we'll have 3 for you now. Upping it to 5-0 against Fiends. I want to say a little bit more one-sided than I expected.
Yeah, you need to see Fiends find some answers, find some trades. If not, they're going to be digging their own grave, and they may not be able to climb out of it. Area 77 will be able to claim the first turret of the game on the bot side, left unchecked, and may be able to get a little bit more on the invasion for the purple buff. The airborne knock with the Eternal Guard. Pro Destroy able to get out of there last minute. Playing to the survivability from the Barats.
We just saw the items there earlier, and we saw kind of the gold lead right now. Area 77, I want to say, at each position, about 1K over their opponents in each single role there. So they actually have like about an item, except for you can see at the roam position, which is kind of a slow starter there in the first place. But I mean, they're doing such a good job right now. They're starting to overwhelm Fiends. Fiends aren't able to find, and this is the thing too, where's the last time we've seen Fiends go for a gank on their own? They just continue, it looks like they're just continually replying to what Area 77s do on the map.
Yeah, I mean, 2 core items to 1 right now for ISO up against Bryanar, right? He already picked up the Corrosion Scythe and the Demon Hunter Sword. Bryanar only having the Wind Talker to work at his disposal. Off to a great lead, and so far, I mean, they've been checking all the boxes off in Fiends. Looking like they were studying for the wrong test, as you are going to go ahead and see Area 77 pulling the aggro for the next turtle, and it looks like it may not go contested, as JCutie on point with these walls right now.
Pro-Destroy, the tiny little dinosaur there. They're doing a great job, like to the point that Pro-Destroy isn't even able to find his stacks to keep him up right now as we continue on with an engagement.
Yeah, turn of guard, heavy left punch, rushing in, airborne knockup on a Pro-Destroy, and Yureshi will be able to get the kill off of that. Area 77 not only claiming the second turtle of this game, or third turtle, but also a body on top of that. Churubami with the response, so we'll find Tarzan. Cutie, big knockup from the Minoan Fury for both sides. ISO finding Kohari, but needs to disengage. Cutie in the mid lane. Bryanar very low. Marcutie wants blood, and he will get it. Bryanar will fall. Churubami in the hands of Yureshi. Cutie will find another. That's a 1-for-3 trade and a turtle to Area 77.
Yeah, right now, I mean, as much as, a little bit of a Yureshi in trouble there, getting beat down there by Yurecutie on that Paquito. But like I was about to say, I can't even really blame Kohari here. Like a lot of people have had their eyes on the roam position here. 35K there, you can see there by the CC right now. But when it comes to like the team right now, Fiends are just not executing when it comes to like getting those ganks or rotating around the map. They're just, like I said, they're just continually replying to Area 77 instead of making plays themselves, instead of finding out that they're not going to be able to take the turtle here, they're not going to be able to get to this lane a little too late and forcing something at another lane. Right now, they're kind of just stuck in this like continual like getting there at second place when it comes to each of these lanes.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they're being reactive when it comes to Area 77, who's being more aggressive and claiming everything they want. Wild Charge will connect for the stun on a Bryanar. Minoan Fury from Kohari, not able to get the set he was looking for. Lycan Pounce goes out. ISO will find a turret. 2-2 will fall. Kohari will fall alongside it. Tarzan able to get that kill. ISO getting ready. BMI, Blazing Duet onto Churubami. Will be able to connect. This is BMI to safety. Pro-Destroy will fall. The double kill. ISO the Magician coming alive. The aliens are landing soon.
Yeah, and this was kind of the question a lot of people had. At this point in the game is usually where Kohari would start taking off, regardless of where his team is. He starts kind of getting those kills, starting to get that damage in here right now as we continue on to the top high ground.
Yeah, speaking of high ground, airborne knockup to a mountain. ISO finding Kohari, the siege for the inhibitor on the top side, trying to crack the base open, but the response back. You're going to see the Eternal Guard drop down, trying to rush in. ISO forced to use the BMI. Yurecutie very low, hit the Terrified Chain CC, too much to handle. Marcutie able to get another 2-for-none trade. Area 77, 14-1.
A great bait there you saw from ISO to lure in Yurecutie to try to take that damage. He uses the BMI to get himself out of harm's way, and the rest of Area 77 comes in to claim their prize.
Pro-Destroy trying to soak up all that damage, but he can only handle so much. There's 4 members surrounding him. Nowhere to go, and JCutie will take him out.
Yeah, and this I feel like this is the result. This is what a lot of us talk about when it comes to changing up the roster, losing some of that synergy, especially there were teammates at mid for Fiends, and unfortunately just couldn't close the distance to help Pro-Destroy, to even get any type of damage there to help him out and kind of secure his escape. And this is the result of like what we talk about when it comes to synergy, playing with these guys for a little bit. When you're going up against a team like Area 77, who has been playing together, Blazing Duet into the back line.
From ISO, BMI's back to safety. Base has been opened up. Lord crashing in, ready to go to the base. Crystal, Kohari trying to find the set for Fiends, trying to keep them in this game. Area 77 trying to land on an additional planet. ISO will go ahead and claim an inhibitor. All have fallen. Fiends up to a possible final stand. Minions in the mid lane pushing through, and Area 77 ready to take it to their home turf, but can they close it out? This is still very early, 11 minutes, a possible fast finish on the way.
Yeah, they're looking to kind of close it up here. A good job from Fiends trying to defend this, but I mean, you're looking at about 15K gold difference.
Wild Charge will connect too for the knockup. Pro-Destroy able to grab up ISO, but not doing barely any damage. Blazing Duet hit with the knockup though. Minoan Fury from Kohari. Marcutie won't find Pro-Destroy. One member falling from the side of Fiends. Who will fall next? Cutie responds back, takes down Cutie. Both sides losing a member. Make that another. Yureshi is going to find Cutie. Go hard with another knockup for Cutie, Tarzan Cutie, and Yureshi Cutie. Brian R joining the fight, trying to clear out these minions. Shirobani forced into the base very low. The base crystal, though. Can they take it down? Yes, they can. Area 77 taking game 1 against Fiends.
And what a dominating performance. This is the Area 77 that I talk about, especially when we saw it from last season. When it comes to the playoffs, Area 77 does not disappoint, and they come here to take heads.
Yeah, the aliens, the extraterrestrials, definitely showing up to a new planet and ready to take it over. Game number 1 looking very good for them. They looked strong, the resolve was there, and the objectives were nothing of a challenge to them to be able to take. Fiends, on the other hand, needing to find some answers after game number 1, especially with Kohari. You know, he switched over to that Minotaur, had a little bit of a hard time in the roam. I wouldn't really say it's because he switched roles, but it was just a hard composition, especially when you kind of first pick that Minotaur to rush against this and you allow the Valentina to pretty much use the Minoan Fury alongside you.
Yeah, and I talked about it here, especially the Paquito pickup. While I do like the damage of a Paquito pickup, you're talking about some very mobile, like he likes to close the distance and get those kills onto the squishier heroes, but you're talking about very mobile heroes here. Valentina, who's got dashes up the wazoo here to be able to kind of get away from somebody like Paquito. The battle mirror image from ISO on the Claude to be able, and then of course, Yureshi Cutie, who's able to pretty much jump all over the map, almost like a Ling. To be able to kind of get away. So Yuri just not able to close the distance. And when he was, it was basically a bait from ISO that allowed Area 77 to get another kill onto Yuri Cutie here. I mean, I want to say a very greatly drafted game by Area 77. And then when it came to the synergy, getting to those side lanes, getting those pickoffs on a lot of these dudes, they just executed to perfection.
Yeah, speaking of perfection, Yureshi picking up the highest kills in the game, 5, 0, and 10. Like we said, is it synergy, right? Area 77, they're known to not really make too many changes, but work on their flaws. Fiends, on the other hand, a little bit of a newer team on the scenes, made some major changes, probably the most changes out of every single team for the playoffs, this NACT, and it's definitely coming with its challenges, but they need to find their answers fast, right? There's not that much time to be able to figure this out, as we are now in the elimination phase. We're in the playoffs. Somebody will be knocked down to the lower bracket today.
Yeah, and I also want to make a comment too about Braynar on, we can take a look here. Well, first we're going to go into the stats. We can see here gold per minute ISO on the gold lane. Expected there, almost 1,000 per minute there. Damage dealt out there, Yureshi. There's a reason he had so many kills there, 69,000. And even Mark Cutie with 11 assists. Pro Destroy, I mean, unfortunately, somebody has to take the damage that was being executed out here by Area 77. But another thing is the Roger in the gold lane. When you are pressing so hard into Claude, that Claude just backs up into the tower. He starts just getting his minions at the tower. He's like, okay, if you're gonna push so hard on me, I'll just sit into my tower, grab these minions, continue to farm, slow and steady wins the race. But what that also does is that also makes it so that Fiends do not have a lane to gank. They're gonna if they try to go to Claude's lane to try to help out the Roger pick there, they're not gonna be able to you're gonna have to dive underneath the tower for Claude, basically. And you have the option of the BMI to get him out of harm's way. He's just not really an option. And I just feel like there's just little things like that Fiends had trouble with, that Area 77 was really shining with.
Yeah, I mean, even when you compare the Roger up against the Claude, right? I feel like the Claude has a lot of survivability with the BMI. The Roger, he can kind of like dash in. He has a little bit of survivability, but he's more of that engager. Now, I will say there was often a lot of times where we saw Area 77 just put a lot of focus into the XP lane, right? They were shutting down the Paquito. They were overwhelming him with that pressure. I want to say it was like 2 or 3 kills when we saw a 3-man rotation over there, but we didn't really see those type of rotations from Fiends in the early phase. And then on top of that, stacking these turtles, stacking these objectives is where they started to snowball at. As you are going to go ahead and see the damage dealt from both sides. Highest will be Yureshi. I mean, he did have the highest kills in the game as well. 88% team participation.
Yeah, and the especially in the early game on the side of Fiends, when it came to damage, you had Chirobami, who brought up almost 50,000 damage. But the other answer you wanted was the Paquito. Unfortunately, with that pressure put on there, and you can see here, taking a heap of damage, second only to Pro Destroy, they really shut down the other 50% of Fiend's possible damage by putting so much pressure onto this Paquito.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of pressure on the line. In Area 77, I mean, they're looking focused and ready to take it to the Land of Dawn again. For Fiends, on the other hand, they need to go back to the drawing board, in my opinion, right? They need to kind of, even in the draft, I feel like it was a little bit shaky. They first picked the Minotaur. I was kind of a little questionable on that because there's a lot on the table that you're allowing to walk and also to counter up against it. And they did exactly both of those things, right? And I feel like maybe going for something more staple meta in terms of getting something that can be a little bit more valuable that early in the phase and not easily as counterable should be what they're working on first. So this time around, hopefully they can do that. But yeah, there's just a lot even dissecting that we will have to see them kind of turn around. And it's an upscale battle. These are one of the things that happens when you change so much on your team in a short notice, right? I mean, Area 77, they're not really changing much. This is the same Area 77 that we've been seeing for at least this season, and they've been improving.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, and hopefully in this next game, I mean, they've got 2 more games here to try to find their footing, find something that works for them. Like I said, I feel like there were just little things that it's those little mistakes. The Paquito pick here, possible. Some of those rotations and how they handled the lanes and the pressure that they had in those lanes. Right now, at the playoffs, in a game against a team like Area 77, you just can't make any of those little mistakes, and you have to be as sharp as possible. But we're here. Second chances here for the side of Fiends, who are going to be starting with their first pick.
Yeah, speaking of picks, bans on the table. Mathilda, nothing out of the ordinary for Area 77. The Fredrin, though, that's a little bit of a surprise for me, at least for Fiends. It's a little on the riskier side. I feel like there's some other things they could have possibly taken out. It looks like they're limiting the jungle capability, right? They're gonna take out that Baratz alongside the Fredrin, right? Now, Roger's still on the table. I wonder if Fiends is gonna try and pick that up and make it work at their disposal, but then there's still a lot of strong picks out there to kind of counter up against it. There goes the Faramist, taking a little bit more support off the road. Speaking of supports, the Angela is still walking, can definitely be paired up with something a little bit more beefier, such as an Akai. We've seen that pickup work and take down the top team in the #1 seed for the NACT. It could be a possible game plan for Fiends.
It's funny, is it bad? I saw the Fredrin ban and the Baratz ban. I kind of thought Fiends were taking on BTK. Those were the usual bans that you get against somebody like Moba Zane here. The tankier ones taken off the table there. I mean, for me, I feel like sometimes when it comes to there's just so many options that are out there, especially for somebody like Tarzan. He plays a very flexible jungle, a lot of different picks that he can come into. So I mean, if it's I feel like there's other things that were kind of issues for them. I didn't feel like Fredrin was like the main reason for Area 77's success. So we'll see how this kind of works out for them. Maybe they have a game plan in mind here as they take out the R lot as well. CC's still going to be open. We're still going to have that Roger open right now. Nolan as well.
Vexana, Navaria, 2 mages walking too. So there's definitely mage prior on the table. Lu Yi, we've been seeing deal a lot of damage, could be picked up. It's definitely a possibility. Last ban for the first phase for Fiends. They're going to go in for that R lot. Man, there's a lot walking on the table right here. Now, I think Area 77 is trying to get the Roger. They've been performing on it. They've been doing really well. Even in the end of the regular season, they picked it up twice, back-to-back for a sweep over LEGACi. I wonder if Fiends will let that walk. I mean, last time we got to see Fiends have the Roger, and it was up against a Claude, and the Roger really just didn't have the easiest time. So I don't know if that's what they want. And I think Area 77 is like, hey, we already beat it once. So if they want to pick up the Roger, I think we can afford it. But if not, we'll definitely kind of punish them with that. And that's just one of the things that these new staple meta picks kind of provide on the table. It even further diversifies the draft. But speaking of drafting, playing on the safer side for Fiends, they're going to go in for that Ruby, who, like you mentioned, took a little bit of a nerf.
Yeah, it took a little bit of a nerf. Kahari picks it up here. So maybe I actually like that Ruby pickup, if it's going to be on the roam position for Kahari, because I want to say Ruby takes a little bit of a more mechanical hand right now to play well, to find those opportunities to get a lot of that CC. But in answer to that, immediately we've got the Minotaur pickup, the Valentina, who right now has her, I want to say she's got her pick right now. You got an I'm Offended out there that she can take. You've got the ultimate from Novaria out there as well, the Astral Echo. So I mean, she's kind of got her pick of ultimates out there. We're gonna see what the next word possible we're gonna be picking up for Fiends here.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be interesting. Natan is gonna be picked up. I actually didn't expect that one, at least this early from them. You know what's funny about this is I feel like Area 77 is trying to make a statement, right? They let Fiends pick up that Minotaur first, and this time they pick it up first for their part of the draft. Instead, maybe showcasing that they can perform it a little bit better. But this time, it's smart with what they did with it, right? They picked up the Valentina alongside it to deny them to have that IMU and also use it against them. There goes that Claude again. They were able to perform really well on it against the Roger. This time it will be up against the Natan. Both of them able to deal massive damage when it comes to late game, and it's really going to be dependent on how their teams rotate around and get these neutral objectives. And if it kind of paints the picture from last game, we saw Area 77 do a little bit better. So if Fiends can find a way to disrupt their synergy, rotate around, possibly delay some farm in the jungle, get these turtles, it's definitely going to help boost that gold for ISO and also the gold laner for Fiends.
Yeah, a little bit of focus from both teams, a focus on the jungle, a little bit of respect there paid for the Fanny of Pro Destroyer we saw from his first game of the season. He's an absolute maniac on it, almost shades of what we saw from Best Player. And then on the side of Fiends, they're going to go ahead, take out Nolan, so that's a lot of early game damage from them. It's going to be, I want to say, the synergy of Brayanar and Kohari is going to need to be on point, because I want to say Natan needs to get pretty close to the battle to be able to do a lot of to really have that effect. He does a lot of damage and he can really close and even it out very quickly, but it's going to be on Kohari to make sure he's protected, to make sure that he's not getting ganked, because for me, that's going to be my #1 target.
You know, it's interesting though, because it's starting to seem like the strategy. Okay, I guess we could say Ruby can still be flexed though. This still could be an XP lane Ruby. So it might not be Kohari. I'm not really sure if it will be, but I think what I'm noticing is Fiends is trying to prioritize Kohari getting comfortable first before they do the rest of their draft. That's at least what I'm getting so far from today's series. Now, there's a lot of range, there's a lot of damage, a lot of backline for the side of Fiends and some CC, but we still have yet to see who they're going to slot inside of the jungle. Speaking of junglers, though, that Hayabusa has been taken off the table. I didn't expect the Hayabusa to walk.
I kind of cocked my head a bit when I saw the Hayabusa van out there. Because we just talked about Hayabusa. He's not exactly a prime pick right now in the current meta. There's just, not that he's terrible, there's just better options. I feel like right now, Area 77, they've got, I want to say, some of the same keys to success that they had from last game. This CC, the Claude right now, I mean, they had excellent games in their first match here of this series, and hoping maybe there's an answer on the side of Fiends as we move into the second game.
Yeah, answers is definitely what Fiends needs right now. I mean, they were not able to take game 1. Area 77, more of a one-sided story. The way the draft is looking so far, though, I mean, it's not too bad. I feel like they have some value there for both sides. Xborg, able to walk through, not be banned out, is going to provide some utility for the side of Fiends. He'll be able to get that Ice Queen wand, provide that slow, have the Faraga armor, stack immortality. Very hard to kill. And that's pretty much going to confirm him inside of the XP lane. At least if I'm seeing this right. But speaking of fighters in XP lanes, Dairoth. Now, we've seen this a couple times, probably. We've seen it ran in the jungle. And it did pretty well. But can Fiends pull this off with their new composition?
This all is I was just waiting for it. I was waiting for the early game, because they're not going to go for a tank. They're going to go for something early game, something that's going to be able to really kind of claw out there, especially against a Dairoth. So the Dairoth, the wind the win capabilities for the Dairoth is you need to get that early game, start getting those kills, allow Nathan to kind of come online. Now you've got this increased huge burst potential from your teammates and a lot of CC to help you. But do you ever take off if you've got a Martis on the other side? He's gonna be able to Mortal Coil his way around, especially to try to dodge that Abyssal Strike from Pro Destroy on this Dairoth. And you've got a lot of mobility. That's the thing too. He's gonna have to land that Abyssal Strike, and he's gonna have to land it on opportune moments when these guys have used their dashes and are not gonna be able to create distance.
And speaking of distance, looks like we are going to be jumping into Land of Dawn for game number 2 for our second series, our final series of the day. Area 77 up against Fiends, who will be able to claim victorious and take this match.
Yeah, we're going to see here if there is a little bit of a difference here between the first game here. Area 77 was quite dominant in that first, really taking advantage of the new roster of Fiends here. We're going to see there's a little bit of a difference here. I'm looking for possibly for Kohari to kind of be that difference maker for the Fiends.
Audience predictions are out. Everybody, 78% for Area 77, 22% for Fiends. Speaking of Fiends, Kohari switching to that roam position, trying to provide some vision, but taking a couple of hits. Doing so, need to be careful though. Keep in mind, he is going up against a Martis who thrives on the low HP, especially when he can get that decimation. Now, probably know what's interesting? I'm looking at 3 Impure Rages right now for Fiends. They're definitely looking to take the fight in the early.
Yeah, I definitely not want time to go back here. Speaking of fights, a little bit of engagement here at mid, no worse for wear. I want to say well blended on the side of Area 77 when it came to the emblems. On the side of Fiends, yeah, definitely looking to stay in these fights a little longer, stay in their lanes, not having to go back for that mana there. So we're going to see if that kind of pays off against a team like Area 77. The biggest thing for them was their ability to get to those side lanes and get those ganks in the first game.
Ooh, focus on to Kohari, though. A lot of damage. Hit with the stun, catching JQT, but Tarzan Cutie will be able to take him down for first blood for Area 77.
Yeah, already right into the early game, finding Kohari. He gets that decimation onto him, really setting the tone. 9 seconds left for this Lord, so all teams are going to have their 5, but Kohari's just going to be slightly behind the mold.
Yeah, need to be a little careful, especially with the chain CC that Area 77 has. You have a Valentina with a Martis, both of them able to kind of grab you in their clutches and not let go of you for a decent amount of time, especially when they team up on you. Speaking of teaming up, the battle over the turtle on the way. First neutral objective on the game. Astro Echo will go in. You Rescue Cutie in position. You already see JQT walking around with the stun. No Fury. Last standing from Cutie though with the grab. Tarzan will find Pro Destroy. Your Kohari on the chase on the JQT as well, maybe able to shut him down. Cutie very low. Mark Cutie dealing the final hits, but Tarzan Cutie will be able to take the kill, and Turtle will go to the side of Area 77.
It's just such a switch up. I mean, even in that, you saw the last Insanity go out, and at the last moment, Kohari catches an I'm Offended to make sure both members took the full frontal blast of that last Insanity. But still, Area 77 able to come out ahead 3-0 and with a turtle in their pocket.
Yeah, and that's huge, especially this early in the game. I mean, it's almost a 2,000 gold lead within the first 3 minutes, getting everything they wanted in that trade so far, and it's going to put Fiends in a little bit of a harder position. But speaking of Fiends, Kohari trying to catch him out of position. They're just looking for him, trying to hopefully get the early kills off him in their advantage.
Yeah, the one thing right now that I'm starting to see now is Kohari uses the I'm Offended onto Mark Cutie. None of his teammate was actually in a position to capitalize on it. So, I mean, you just kind of wasted your ultimate to put some damage onto Mark Cutie. It really wasn't a difference maker as we take a little bit of engagement here at the top lane.
Yeah, 2v1, Cutie sustaining himself, does have the Faraga armor, should be able to be just fine up there. This is one of the things where the export kind of profits with the survivability. But you mentioned Pro Destroy on the Dairoth, right? Needing to have an early start to be very effective, and so far he's found an early death, but looks like he's trying to change the narrative. Vengeance procced by your Rescue Cutie, not wanting to be able to get hit by that Abysm Strike.
Yeah, and Pro Destroy smartly and wisely moves right away from that, and that's kind of the problem here right now. What I was saying, he's like, who is his target, and how much success is he gonna have actually being able to lay down that Abyssal Strike onto somebody? You've got the Vengeance from Yureshi, you've got a lot of mobility from Marcutie and ISO, who are going to be able to kind of get away. As I was talking about that, ISO in a little bit of trouble here.
Ooh, Pro Destroy, Abyssal Strike not able to find the hit onto ISO. A good call, but falling short at the mark. Bryanar still alive though on the bot side. Neither member will fall.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I was talking about, is just how quickly they're going to be able to disengage from that Abyssal Strike. And we go ahead, and there's going to be a clean turtle take here from Tarzan.
Yeah, it looks like he is going to be able to get it. Chirabami very low. Yureshi will find him. That's going to be 4 kills unanswered. Area 77 looking to try and close this game out even earlier than the last one. Fiends, can they turn this around? They need to find their proper footing. I mean, right now you're looking at Area 77 with a one-sided domination as the tier 1 turret in the mid lane will fall.
Yeah, only the 5-minute mark. They already have about a 3K gold lead. Marcutie dives under tower, finds a kill onto Yuri Cutie. And that's just, I want to say the story right now, as Fiends are having trouble maintaining their jungle, their towers right now, and Area 77 are just basically laying claim on the entire map.
Yeah, just having a really great game so far within the last 5 minutes. Now up at almost 4,000 gold and climbing, as you are going to see that turret on the bot side fall. And that's going to put him at a huge deficit, especially having the Natan. We kind of mentioned the late game marksmans, right? ISO running on this Claude, Bryanar on the Natan. Both of them needing their teams to take the neutral objectives to give them that power spike super early to be able to do that damage they're relying on, which is going to take even longer for Bryanar to get online, but even faster for ISO as he picks up the Demon Hunter sword.
Yeah, I mean, he's already pretty much got enough items for him to start shredding through into the back line here. Bryanar going to have to use that ultimate to get himself to safety, as now still continuing to push onto these towers is Area 77.
Yeah, they're looking for more. They're taking these objectives very fast, mind you. Fiends, they just got to work on their defense a little bit more. A little bit of synergy is lacking so far, and it's showing, especially up against Area 77, who seems to have their composure a little bit more together. Right now, you are seeing them still trying to defend, though. Airborne knockup. ISO will go ahead and take down Pro Destroy. That's going to be the 6th kill of the game for Area 77, and no answer back from Fiends.
Yeah, and right now there's nothing they can do to stop it. They're about a 5K gold lead at the 6-minute mark. We're already almost to the high ground towers of Fiends right now. They don't have the damage, they don't have the CC potential, and they're not able to get any ganks right now onto an offensive Area 77.
Yeah, and Area 77 slowly, like, playing chess. One step at a time, but major steps every time they claim an objective. Speaking of objectives, Marcutie will go ahead and take the tier 2 on the top side. Tarzan Cutie will take the turtle. 2 more things that is going to give Fiends a little bit of a harder time trying to catch up. Now a 7,000, almost 8,000 gold lead. Highest kills in the game will go over to Tarzan Cutie with 3 kills.
Oh, yeah, a little bit of engagement happening.
Yeah, Pro Destroy is going to be able to shut down ISO. First kill on the board for Fiends. Last Sanity going out as well. May be able to find an answer, but no. Marcutie with the response back. Full dive in with the last Insanity IMU. Tarzan will get 1, gets 2. Takes down Yurecutie, and Pro Destroy. Kohari will fall, making that a triple. He wants the Maniac, though. Bryanar will fall. Tarzan Cutie will get it. Bryanar will find him in response. Maniac achieved by Tarzan Cutie.
Worth it. I know that's what he's saying there. You can see the damage out here actually being capped there by Marcutie. 27,000 out there. And I want to say you can start seeing the frustration from Pro Destroy. He's able to get the kill, but then lets out an Abyssal Strike at the whole of Area 77 that was chasing him. It's like there was no way you're going to get a kill onto somebody there. Just a little bit of frustration coming from him before he goes down. Now sitting at a 3 and 10 kill game and a 5K gold lead still and established for Area 77.
Yeah, and it looks like they want to increase that lead even further. The I'm Offended, though, connected on a Marcutie. Entropy activated over there by Bryanar. Both of them not going to lead to a kill, which is a lot of basic beta utility. You are going to go ahead and see that Astral Meteor go out as well. The Echo alongside it. We'll connect on to Marcuti. Look at the item so far, though. You're already looking at over a 1,300 gold lead for the gold laner ISO compared to Bryanar.
Yeah, you can already see the Hunter Strike and Brute Force Breastplate picked up by Tarzan, and they both have the Oracle or the healing item as well. So I mean, they're well on their way. The dominance right here is pretty established right now. Area 77 just pushing and enforcing their will. A little bit of a surprise there for Yureshi.
Oh, it looks like they're committing too. It looks like they're getting a little bit more comfortable trying to take these fights, but is that the right answer? Frog Armor will drop Area 77, trying to maintain the pressure on the map, just trying to keep them at bay to allow the free lord to go in their hands. You looking at Tarzan Cutie already chunking a lot of that damage down, ready to take it, and nobody there to really contest, and down it goes. Area 77 with another objective.
Yeah, and that's just kind of speaking towards the lead that they have right now, is that you're able to leave your jungler absolutely alone at the Lord while the rest of your team is on the opposite side of the map. They're not even afraid of him getting ganked. They know where Fiends is on the map, so they're just going to create that pressure, all the while giving Tarzan an easy open with that Lord.
Yeah, definitely a major opportunity for Area 77 to try and open up the base for Fiends, as you are seeing the Lord starting to march down the mid lane, and it looks like Area 77 is going to start trying to sink the side lanes on top of that for a possible push. And can they do it, though? I mean, Fiends, it's going to be rough, right? I mean, they are very far behind in terms of items, so in terms of the fight, they should have the advantage for Area 77. And speaking of advantage, Blake Duet going out by ISO, clearing out these minions, not going to connect for the damage zone, but no one feared for the knockup. Yureshi is going to find one. Marcuti takes down Yurecuti, 2 members falling for the side of Fiends. Yureshi will go ahead and open up the base. Down goes the inhibitor for the mid lane.
I like that ISO jumps in there, doesn't even lock on the targets. His goal was to clear out the minions so that they have an open base and hopefully maybe able to close this one up early.
Yeah, it looks like they are trying to go in for another early finish. Astro Echo, though, for the 4-man set is going to go ahead and slow down the side of Area 77, but not stop them on the push. But Bryanar with Entropy finds Tarzan Cutie. Yureshi Cutie very low. Vengeance being activated. Last Insanity on the chase. Giving it all to try and take him down. The still play from Kohara, wrap it to the backside, but nobody to follow up even if he does get the set. But you are seeing them slowly make their way out of the base. ISO, though, from the side. Lazy Duet in the BMI in, finds Bryanar. Yureshi Kid will find Kohari. It's going to be 3 versus 4. Area 77 having the numbers. Fiends on the defense, trying to hold them off. Minions still in play for the bot side. One on the top, Pro Destroy getting hit. Last Insanity, ISO will find Pro Destroy. You're gonna lick the Frog Armor dropping. Yureshi Cutie will fall. J Cutie able to pick up that kill. Chirobami by himself against the full 5-man team now in play. You're looking at Tarzan trying to catch him. He's like, wait for me. Let me get to the base. Crystal, don't you end it without me. No, he's gonna go in for the purple vote, but they could just end right here anyway. And that's exactly what they're gonna do. Area 77 claiming game number 2 against Fiends.
Yeah, I mean, a dominating performance by Area 77. 10K gold lead here. I mean, it's not 15K from last game, so we could say that Fiends are getting a little bit better. But man, Area 77 just right on the button, sharp as nails right now. A great execution of that, and a very early victory for them in game 2 of this series.
Yeah, I mean, another one-sided story. I mean, right now it's a little rough, right? I mean, when it comes to Fiends, I just feel like the Fiends in the regular season was a little bit stronger, and I think this is just boiling down to the synergy being a little bit off, right? I mean, that's a lot to step into, a lot of major changes this far in the game. It's an upscale battle. I mean, you're kind of fighting this internal battle on top of all the external sources you're going against, such as Area 77, who's already a little bit more comfortable on the scene. 16-4 for game number 2 at a 12-minute finish.
Yeah, and I mean, even with some of the changes, you can see they're not a single tower or objective for the sides of Fiends. They quickly got overwhelmed here by that, and this was kind of I kind of saw this when it came through for the draft. You can see there for the sides, Tarzan 7-2-2, Yureshi again laying his claim there, 3-0-10. J Cutie doing a great job with his 10 assists as well. I mean, just the entire team. Area 77, we talked about it. It's just unfortunate. Area 77, with how strong they are, how much synergy they have, and how well they play in the playoffs. It's just not a team to be testing a new roster against, and it's unfortunate. I've heard that Fiends, they have issues. The issues was with like school, work, quizzes, and midterms and things like that coming off, which is unfortunate, but that's kind of the rules we play by here in North America, where like there's just other things that happen when it comes to the teammates there. For me, like my question right now is, how bad is Brayanar on Rome? And can we put Kohari back in the marksman lane? Because it feels like is Brayanar that bad that we can't have Kohari there in the marksman lane? Just to kind of, because he was always the highlight reel for Fiends right now. It just feels like they've lost that magic right now. You can see here, Rich Guy 903 ISO in the gold lane. Mar Cutie coming up as the carry. Yuri Cutie getting the 89,000 damage onto himself, and J Cutie with 10 assists.
Yeah, Area 77, just a really good game. Yoreshi over there head-to-head in the XP lane up against Yuri Cutie. I mean, it's the KDA alone, man. It's just a very rough game. I think it just kind of boiled down to overall the objectives, which kind of outshined the side of Fiends when it came to game number 2, and also game number 1, a little bit of a repetitive pattern. As you are going to go ahead and see that damage dealt, the highest damage for today's match is going to go to Mark Cutie, right? Once a goal laner, now in the mid lane, wreaking havoc with the Valentina.
Yeah, a huge amount of damage there, and I don't want to say, like, I kind of talked about it. I feel like right now it's not just the roster, but it's also kind of the ability of the roster that's we're kind of ironing down Pro Destroy into certain jungle picks too. He tried out this Dairoth. Immediately I knew like what was his target going to be, and was he going to be able to close the distance. I think the closest person he came to was trying to get onto ISO. I know in the late game he was able to find a kill onto ISO. That's just because he got very low during a team fight. But when it came to like where Dairoth shines, when it comes to those lane ganks, he was still having trouble trying to be able to close the distance, and it's something we saw right from the beginning.
Yeah, and I feel like the tank mage synergy is also something we have to kind of look at too, right? I mean, it's like the glue, the spine of the book, and that's really where Area 77 I feel like is doing a little bit better, because we don't really see Chirobami and Kohari rotating together as a unit, as if they're reading two different books. But speaking of reading things, we got something, a little bit of a surprise for everybody out there in the Land of Dawn before we jump into the next match. That's right, guys, we are going to be having a giveaway. Make sure you guys claim this hero skin, the Reactor Core Atlas. This is the last time y'all saw that Atlas in the Land of Dawn. Definitely would be excited to see it today. Hey, maybe gonna manifest that into reality, but the skin is available, limited quantity, 30 out, first come, first serve.
Yeah, not 31. 30 this time, and not 40. So yeah, go ahead and snatch that up quickly. A little bit of a little giveaway for you guys right away. You have to be fast though. Got to be very quick on your phone. Actually, you don't even need to. It's got the scanning code right there, so you just kind of scan it while you're watching on your screen, and boom, you got everything all loaded up for you.
Yeah, they need to claim that code faster than the cameraman trying to pan around on that last game we had when it was that high mobility. But man, Private, it's been a day so far, right? I would say the first series was a sweep game. Series 2, it's 2-0. It's match point Fiends. They need to find an answer to turn this back around in their favor up against Area 77. Man, I gotta say, I think me and you can agree on this. It's the synergy, right? I mean, it's when you change so much at such a fast rate, you don't have time to really practice it out and figure out the kinks and flaws. And it's a very risky move this late in the game. And I think that's something that Area 77 has been leaning toward for this series.
Yeah, it's a commonality that we've seen here, especially from the last series. I mean, if you thought there was a domination from Gaimin Gladiators in the last series here, I mean, right now, Area 77 is kind of taking it to the Fiends right now. I mean, they went from a team that was able to take down Gosu, that was having a little bit of success here in the seasonal games, that right now they just have not been able to find their footing, and especially just not able to find, even when it comes to like ganks, the only real gank that we saw there was from Pro Destroy, and he was kind of by himself. And this is kind of the complaint I made a little bit about LEGACi when it came to their synergy kind of getting around the lanes, where they used to just go at one person was going there. It was the whole team needs to respond either to the objectives or to those ganks on the side lane to help facilitate that, to make sure that maybe some of those abilities are burned out already, so that Claude doesn't have the BMI before Pro Destroy comes in there for that Abyssal Strike or something like that.
Yeah, definitely keys to victory, especially when they pick these heroes. You got to be able to not only to execute, but understand like what it takes for that hero to start having the impact you're looking for. Like you mentioned, something like a Claude, something like a late game marksman. They rely on survivability and they rely on your team getting the neutral objectives. When neither of those happen, when you get bursted down or when your team is not getting these turtles and they're not finding the trade-offs, it makes it harder for you to kind of shine where you're supposed to. In Area 77, I mean, they're kind of looking like how Gaimin Gladiators was, right? They're taking all the neutral objectives, they're taking everything with little to no contest, and you're not really seeing too much of a kickback from Fiends. You see Kohari pop in here and there. He's like, hey, I'm here, but you guys are here too, and you got the numbers, and then he ends up getting taken down. And then that's just kind of where the disaster starts to happen. So we kind of have to see where this goes moving forward. I will say, I don't like seeing sweeps. I like seeing things go all the way. And hey, this is the playoffs, Private. Day 1. Best of 5. If you had any chance, this is your shot.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for hanging out with us. I do have to say a little bit of the lag. The apparent reason is that we do have a roster swap coming up for the side of Fiends. You can see there, Pro Destroy is going to be subbed out for Magic, but it's not going to be Magic coming in as a jungler. From what I understand, we're going to be swapping around the roles a bit here for Fiends, and Magic will be going to his normal spots at mid, and the rest of the roster is going to adjust for that.
Oh man, that's it's like committing open heart surgery and brain surgery at the same time in a burning building. But we'll have to see how this kind of goes with the roster changes. Hopefully it works in their favor. Hopefully everything's all right. But Synergy is going to be their biggest enemy, even outside of Area 77, and I hope they can find it in game number 3.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting because usually they had Churubami at mid, so I'm assuming maybe Churubami might be going as the jungler. Whatever it is, I'm kind of hoping that the answer involves Kohari in the marksman lane, because I mean, not to take anything away from Brayanar, but Kohari has been that staple for the Fiends. That no matter, it's one of those little talking points that I bring up when we talk about the greatest marksman in North America right now. It's marksmen that are able to do their job, get their gold, and be successful despite how their team is doing. And Kohari has proven that he is one of those marksmen that even if his team is behind, eventually he's going to hit his power spike. Eventually he's going to be able to first forward, and he's going to be able to get a lot of those kills and turn around a lot of that momentum for his team. But I mean, we've been harping a little bit on Fiends here, but let's not take anything away from like how great Area 77 is and has been looking out there, from their picks to dominating their lanes to how well they've been rotating. It's just been, this is an Area 77, like I said, that we love to see here in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's kind of a funny little statistic to throw out there, but Area 77 is 4 wins in a row right now. They're definitely on that train, and they want to stay on it as long as they can. But speaking about staying on track of things, we're going to jump into the draft. Area 77 up against Fiends. Both teams ready to take it out again in the land of Dawn. But now we have to see where this goes, right? Area 77. Wait, we're in game. Okay. So yeah, as we are, we're keeping things interesting. But looking at the band so far, we are looking at the double support knocked out for both sides. And now we're looking at me and Private again. Private.
What's up?
Can't wait for it to jump back into there. But hey, let's just jump back on that point. When you were talking about Kohari, you were talking about what he kind of provides for the team. I think he's the tempo setter, right? I mean, when he thrives, they thrive. When he doesn't, they don't. So I think they just kind of need to play into Kohari, and that's going to be their strongest thing. But now back into the land of Dawn. We are going to go ahead and get ready to class it out, though. Ignore the role icons. It's just we like to keep things interesting, keep you guys on your toes, all right? But another support taking off. We are going to see the Angela for Area 77.
I do like this ban coming out from the side of Fiends here. I was about to say CC and Claude are the main issues right now for Area 77. You just need to either have an answer or just take them off the board for Area 77, as both of these players, Yoreshi and ISO, have shown just how dominant they can be in their lanes with these. We're going for that first pick for Area 77 now.
Yeah, first pick on the board. A lot to grab, and it looks like it'll be the safety route with that Fredgen. Most likely going to be in the jungle, which means they have a lot of frontline capability, some CC stacked alongside it, and survivability. On the other side of the table, Fiends going to risk it early, going to go in for their mage. They're going to pick up the Valentina. Now, I'm not too against it. I don't necessarily think I would have picked it there, but it still works because it provides draft pressure to make Area 77 think twice before they slot their next picks.
Yeah, I was about to say too, like, even though I prefer Valentina in an answer to something, because you see ultimates out there that you're going to want to steal, but at this point, if you pick it early, it does mean that it kind of delegates to Area 77. Now you have to think about what ultimates you're going to give me, because I have a Valentina out there, and so it's going to have to adjust some of their roster. You see a Zaman Force out there for ISO. Valentina's not going to be able to do much with that, and we're going to see how many other ultimates we're going to be juggling around here for Area 77.
Yeah, and speaking of answers, a little bit of a counter right there. You're going to see the Harith picked up the response over there to Bryanar on the carry. Bryanar has a little bit of a harder time so far from what we've seen. You kind of mentioned some of the key points earlier today, and it's going to be a little bit of a challenge, especially up against ISO when he's running that direct counter. Speaking of counters, though, the Minotaur into a Valentina. Now, that's a very bold statement because the Valentina will profit off that as well.
Yeah, she'll profit off of it. It's and when you were talking about the Harith pickup here, it's almost like kind of a basically telling you guys, I dare you to pick Roger. We're trying to take that off of the board. It's also a decent counter for Joy, but I don't really think there's too many people on Fiends that really like to play that Joy. And in fact, I'm not even sure who's jungling on their side right now. So I mean, that actually kind of might be a little bit of a plus on the side of Fiends, because it's all kind of up in the air. We don't even know who's jungling, so we don't really know what picks are there for them and what is available. So maybe we take off we don't take off some of those more mechanical heroes, and maybe somebody there on Fiends actually plays a decent mechanical Fanny, a decent mechanical Joy, or a Nolan.
Oh, this is called in. So we do got the rolls now. It is going to be Kohari inside of the jungle this time. Whoa!
Oh,
switching it up. Magic will be in the roam position. Bryanar will be the gold, and Chirabami the mid, and Yuri Cutie will be in the XP lane. Is that something you would have predicted? Would that have been your guess, Private?
It honestly, if I was set on Bryanar being in gold lane, the only other adjustment I would have made was Kohari as a jungler, which fits. We've talked before about how well some of these roles kind of lend themselves to another role that might be beneficial for it. Marksman lane and the jungle kind of come in together. I want to say because the jungle is what the marksman wishes it could do, but it has to be patient. It has to get its gold. It needs to wait for the team to get in there, and then you get into the mid game and you're able to shine off. The jungle can do that right away, and I feel like it might benefit Kohari's play style.
Man, I'll tell you what. He might be breaking the record for swapping the most roles in the NACT in a single season. I mean, we've seen him run the gold lane, the roam, and now the jungle. I mean, man, this dude can definitely do it all. That's his new nickname, Mr. Do It All. I mean, he just has a trick up his sleeve every step of the way. But the options that he has available, are they the right choices? And that's what we're going to be looking into today. Another pickup, though, for the side of Area 77. They are going to go ahead and slot in that Vexana. So they're going to be able to have that Eternal Guard, that knock-up, to be able to provide a little bit more damage to the side of Fiends. But speaking of Fiends, they have mobility. They picked up the Yuzong.
Ooh, and the Masha pickup. That's going to be in the XP lane as well. If you guys haven't seen a lot, I know in North America it's been slowly picking up. Masha does an immense amount of damage, especially now that her Thunderclap ultimate resets with every single bar that she loses. I know we saw it a little bit, I want to say, from the side of LEGACi, who I feel like they just took it off the table because they didn't want to see see it on the Gaimin Gladiators. But here, I mean, we might be able to see here, especially as you go into the mid-game with Masha. Once she gets that first item, usually a Blade of Hephaestus, she's going to be one-shotting a lot of these targets here on the side of Fiends.
I think Private's talking about some of his ranked matches he's been doing recently, man. You definitely know he's speaking from experience. But speaking of experience, something that we've seen across the Land of Dawn for a decent amount of time, an Ube strat may be in effect for the side of Fiends. They are going to pick up that Estus alongside that Barat, so they're going to be playing that little tank and support method to be able to rush in and take these neutral objectives. We know the heals from Estus can definitely be overwhelming. Now, I'm really excited to see how this plays off. We don't really get to see the Estus and Barat's combination too often. They have late game in the bag as well, too. They do have that carry, but it may be a problem up against the Harith, who is the direct counter.
Yeah, hats off right now to Fiends, especially Kohari, dude, who has been, he's basically laid claim here that, I mean, I don't know where my team needs me, but I'm going to fill that role to help out this team, regardless of how the roster is, doing his best here to try to help out Fiends where they need it.
Yeah, it just shows how flexible of a player he is and how dedicated he is to trying to win this out. Area 77 up against Fiends, game number 3, match point. Fiends needs to find a way to turn this around. Can they get the reverse sweep, or will Area 77 knock them down to the lower bracket?
1% moving over to Area 77. It was 80% to 20% there, and I think they lost that 1% with that last game, unfortunately. We're going to see here how well it kind of comes together. I'm eager to see how well. I haven't seen too many Mashas in the XP lane. I've seen a lot of them as a roam position. I've seen some Masha junglers. I'm eager to see how well, especially because Masha, her early game is not very favorable. And against somebody like Yuzong, who can potentially bully, it might be a little bit of a mark there, as we see a lot of impure rages there when it comes to the emblems for the side of Area 77.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, this is technically a new lineup for Fiends right now, right? I mean, this is different synergy from game number 2 and 1, and they're being very aggressive, but it looks like it's kind of working in their favor, at least on the bottom side. A lot of damage is dealt over to the JQT. He will be forced to go back to the base.
Yeah, and a little bit of a press up at top. Not too big of engagement. Now we're starting to see Kohari move to the top. The big thing here is I want to see how well the team synergizes together. Do we have the call-outs from Kohari? Are we going to get more of a group of like 3 or 4 people looking for ganks in some of these lanes? And are we going to all be lined up when it's time for these objectives?
Yeah, you are seeing Magic. He is rocking that Quantum Charge, so it would be a little bit more mobile, especially running that Estus, needing to get back to safety. He does have the Flicker to be able to expand that distance as well. The heals may be a problem for Area 77 if left unchecked. You are going to go ahead and see Fiends, and this is different than the last 2 games, right? They're looking like they may be able to take control of these neutral objectives if they play it off right, but Area 77 not trying to let it go without a fight. First turtle going to Fiends.
Yeah, a little bit of a difference here. I mean, last game, Area 77, last 2 games, I want to say, Area 77, barely even let Fiends even get sight of the turtle. Here, Fiends get their first turtle unanswered from Area 77 here.
Yeah, on the bot side, ISO taking a couple of hits. Brian R doing a good job sustaining himself down there. Nobody has fallen so far, but the first turtle will go to Fiends, giving them a little bit of that boost in momentum and also the economy over Area 77, as well as experience. Speaking of experience, 2v1 rotation to the top side. Your cutie hit with the Eternal Guard. Your cutie trying to go in for the final hit, but it looks like he will be able to get out of there with very low HP.
Yeah, a little bit of a bait there from the side. Oh, still got him. I'm wondering if that was the Eternal Guardian or a little bit. Yeah, that had to have been the Eternal Guardian. Eventually caught up to Yuri Cutie, slowly but surely making his way to Yuzong.
I think the Eternal Guardian was able to get a battle spell of his own, like he used the execution on him last second, trying to close that distance. Well, speaking of closing distance, Zalman Force dropping down. Brian R, very low. Kohari wrapping around. Magic keep the team alive with the Blessing of the Moon Goddess. JQT and ISO 2v3. Make that possibly 4. Churubami thought about going down there, but quickly shifting focus to the mid lane.
Yeah, he's going to try to clear up. Well, and this is the thing, too. He's going up there while you see this engagement still kind of happening down at the bottom, looking for something here onto your cutie.
Yeah, very low, though. Not going to be able to get out of there. Too much CC to handle. Tarzan will be able to take the second kill of the game for Area 77. They want more, though. Airborne knock up Yoreshi. Finding Churubami for their 3rd kill. Brian R, very low. ISO Man, looking like Tony Montana out there himself. That was a 2v1, and he was dealing a lot of heavy damage to Brionar.
Yeah, and you can see here already. Oh, actually starting with the Sea Halberd is the Masha Yuri Cutie. So he's going to try to take away a lot of what kind of makes that Yuzong stand out, a lot of that regenning ability. He's going to want to try to dominate that lane there. And on the other side, we're still trying to keep up with our first items. The only one that actually has it is Carry.
Yeah, big Minoan Fury, but the turtle will fall. Chirobami is going to go ahead and take one. J Cutie will drop. Your Cutie takes down Tarzan Cutie. Your Resh Cutie to respond will find Magic. That's going to be a 2-for-1 trade. But this time the turtle goes to Area 77.
Yeah, and you can see there, Yureshi Cutie comes in, thunderclaps, finds himself 2 kills, and just narrowly able to find himself an escape. Zaman force down.
He's going to drop in the mid lane. Brionar doesn't want any part of that problem. You're looking at a different story right now from what we've seen in game number 1 and game number 2. And hey, I said it. I don't like seeing sweeps. And if they keep up this pace, you know, Area 77 may have to find a new strategy.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, it's not too bad right now. About a 1,600 gold lead for the side of Area 70. Not as dominant as the game they had before. The games they had before this. Ooh.
Dennis Welcome will connect for the stun onto J Cutie, but now the counterplay, the Minoan Fury knockup, setting up Magic Brionar and Kohari. J Cutie able to get the kill off of it as well. Fiends changing their plans. A quick escape out of there. Area 77 finding their footing.
Kohari seeing red there, dives a little too deep into Area 77 territory to get that Detna's Welcome, and then ends up kind of costing his team, as it was the perfect set, the perfect opportunity for J Cutie to come in with a Minoan Fury, which kind of set his entire team.
Yeah, and Guardian's helmet picked up by Kohari. Should be able to sustain himself and stay in these fights even longer with some regen as he rotates around the map. We are going to see the turtle spawn in the next 15 seconds. Both sides actually able to claim one so far. You're looking at Area 77 up by 3 kills, but this is still anybody's game. And I think they realize that, right? They're not trying to overstay their welcome. They're just trying to wait for Fiends to make a mistake, but it doesn't look like they plan on doing that anytime soon.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, 5-2 right now. It's a much more even game. Area 77 now starting to get a little bit more dominant. Fiends just not in a position to really counteract as they start coming in.
Black Dragon from Yuri Cutie dropping down with the Petrify. Tarzan Cutie appraises Wrath last second before the stun claims the turtle for Area 77. Furious dive, though. Enhanced Soul Grip. Knock up from the Minoan Fury. Yureshi Cutie will find Magic. Yuri Cutie finds a response back, takes down Yureshi. Mark Cutie will find Kohari, a 1-for-2 trade in the turtle pit, but in the mid lane, the chase still on the way, and Chirobami on the bot side forced to use the flicker. Very low, needs to get out of there. Mark Cutie will find him. ISO finds Chirobami. A full wipeout against Fiends, wondering where they went wrong, and Area 77 finds their rhythm.
Yeah, and even though, like, I mean, Yureshi Cutie came in there, set the tone, dove in, thunderclap, gets himself a kill, dies in the process, but sets the tone as the rest of Area 77 able to kind of collapse in around the Fiends, and then they just picked them off one by one as they were trying to make their escape.
Yeah, a little bittersweet for them. Definitely not what they had planned right there. This is going to give a big boost to Area 77 inside of this game. They were looking for a mistake, and they found one, but a response back possibly on the way. Detna's Welcome will connect. Kohari very low. Yureshi Cutie with that thunderclap going in is going to be able to take him down. Magic on the retreat. Brionar, Chirobami by his side will be able to burst down the Eternal Guard, but you are going to go ahead and see Area 77 with ground control.
Yeah, 4-1-2 for Yureshi Cutie right now. He's having a heck of a game right now. Looks like he's building. Oh, he just got that BOD. So now, I mean, you thought he was doing damage before. He is going to be coming in there with haymakers every single time these engagements come open, and it's so hard. This is why Masha is usually banned at the top of NA right now, because there's just really nothing you can do to stop her, especially once you start reaching into the mid game and once she starts getting her items.
Yeah, and this is different than the Masha game we seen earlier, which really didn't have any profit. And this is interesting because you mentioned that Masha picked up the Sia Halberd first as a response over there to Yuzong, and it's still worked inside of Yoreshi's favor. And right now, 12-3, up by a decent amount of kills at the 9-minute mark and leading in terms of turrets and turtles. They're looking to claim some more real estate. You're going to see the knock up on the way, but no sure not going to be able to connect for the set they're looking for. Kohari with a lot of chain CC. ISO will find the kill. Your cutie. Wait a second. Black Dragon trying to stop them from taking the tier 2 turret for the mid lane. Not able to get there in time, but Yoreshi on the Masha. Full dive to the 4-man team. Trying to find a pick off. Oh my goodness. The essence, the residue will connect onto J Cutie in the kill. Going over to Yura Cutie on the Uzon.
Yeah, and Yoreshi doing a good job there. He goes in, bursts down about 2 health bars. Once he gets on to his last one, he makes himself an escape. All the while, Fiends have to back off because every single punch that he lays out there is doing an exorbitant amount of damage to them right now. Fiends right now sitting at 4 kills, a 10k gold deficit. A 9k at the 9-minute mark. And this has just been the playstyle right here for Area 77. 1k per minute in advance.
Ooh, speaking of advancing, that is welcome connecting for the set. Yoreshi very low. ISO will find Kohari just in time. The Praises Rat dropping down, but hit with the Terrify from Sure Bombi, but rushing in with the Energy Eruption. Tarzan on the dive. ISO with the follow-up and the siege on the way, trying to claim one of these inhibitors' minions. Intact. Area 77 on the push.
Yeah, right now, Area 77, I mean, they're just a well-oiled machine here, pushing their way into it. They got all the towers until the high grounds, and now trying to force their way through mid.
Yeah, trying to close this out, looking for the sweep, the second sweep of the day, possibly to knock down Fiends into the lower bracket. 2 more inhibitors to go through in a 4-man team. They have the numbers, they have the advantage. Can they follow through? ISO taking an inhibitor, big knockup. Tarzan will find magic. Black Dragon from Yuracutie getting back to the base for regen. Kohari will fall thunderclap over there from Yoreshi to secure the kill. Furious dive from Yuracutie connecting to 3 members of Area 77. Yoreshi will find Yuracutie to respond though on the aggressive dive. Base crystal 50%. Bryanar finds Tarzan. Cutie, Turbomi, and Bryanar in the base against the 4-man team of Area 77. Make that one as ISO finds Turbomi. Bryanar gets a double, finds ISO. The base crystal will fall. Then Area 77 takes down Fiends with a clean sweep.
Victory!
A clean, a refreshed playoff level Area 77 here. I mean, what to say about this team? Yoreshi and Marcutie leading the charge here and absolutely laying waste to their opponent.
Yeah, laying down the law, letting them know, hey, we are here and ready to stay, landing from a whole nother planet and taking over yours. Now, team stats on the board, 19, 6, and 40. I wouldn't say it was the easiest game for them, but they were still able to pull off that 9 rating, higher than the last game, mind you, as well. Now, that Fiends did look pretty promising. I think they did a lot well in the beginning, but then Kohari was not able to find the defensive stance on that Barats to be able to make up the difference, even with the Estus to keep him alive, and Area 77 punished.
Yeah, there were just some opportunities. Kohari, I want to say, split off from the team a little bit, not respecting the damage. That might be a little bit of a play style, or just not as understanding of the kit of Barats there. I mean, he charged in, he left himself open for a lot of those engagements, and he was getting bursted down. There's a certain point though too where it just comes on to the fact that Area 77 was just so far into the lead, so much damage, that there's not much that Kohari would have been able to do when you're dealing with the Zaman Force, the magic damage that's coming out of Marcutie and ISO there as well. And then I want to say Yoreshi here, 6, 1, and 4, a great job, probably a staple right now for these last 3 games here for Area 77. And then, like I was saying, Marcutie sitting at 3, 0, and 11, just really laying down that suppressive fire to really burst down even a player and character as tanky as Kohari on that Barats.
And speaking of the game, just a little bit of a look at a couple of the stats so far. The rich guy, ISO, highest gold per minute, and also the carry with the most damage, 75,000. Kohari, the sandbag, taking a lot of that damage on that Barats, and the forgotten one racking up those phenomenal assists, sitting at 12, J Cutie.
Yeah, great game played by them. And this is just showing the dominance of Area 77. This is why I kind of picked them as my underdog pick here to do well in the playoffs, regardless of who they're facing, man. I mean, this is just a team that when it comes time for the playoffs, when it comes time to really show out, they really step up to the line. You see here head to head, Yureshi Cutie really laying down the law into the XP lane, and there just wasn't much that Yuri Cutie was able to do.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they sparked a fire and Fiends was not able to put it out, and it lit up the room very quickly. Took down the entire building for Fiends. I mean, they did their best, right? We saw them go through 3 different rosters today, 3 different types of play styles trying to find an answer, and it just wasn't there. Area 77 at every single door waiting for them to open it, and they were able to execute. They were able to perform, and like you mentioned, they're a team that's went the additional mile, that's made it to an offline event for the playoffs previously in NACT, and it looks like they're trying to take it there again.
I just really like this composition from the side of Area 77 too, because you have so much CC, you have so much suppressive fire being laid down from the Vexana, from ISO there, that when Yureshi came in there, it was just easy pickings. He's just like finding the lowest person, punch, you're down. Finding the next person, punch, you're down. All the while they're kind of trying to burst down his life bars, and he's just able to kind of find that escape, except for that one death he took in the early game.
Great games, guys. Did you expect it to go down this way? I mean, we expected Area 77 to take the victory, but not in this fashion, though.
Man, you gotta expect the unexpected, especially this NACT. I mean, we're breaking records today. I mean, we're seeing players swap to multiple roles. Not something that we've seen it too often, and I mean, it's definitely something that can kind of hinder you. Sometimes it can work, but this just didn't seem to be that occasion this time around. But hey, there's still another chance, so we'll have to see how they kind of play it out in the lower bracket. But Area 77, that was a little bit more expected. I think we predicted this. I think all 3 of us predicted Area 77 kind of taking this victory just due to the pure reason of the roster changes. Now, Fiends, I gotta extend this question to you guys too. If Fiends never switched their roster, and this was the same Fiends from the regular season, would you still have picked Area 77 so confidently, or do you think it would have kind of shifted you in like either direction?
Private, why don't you take a go at it?
for me, with Area 77 opening and beating BTK, I instantly became a fan. So I'm kind of biased in that regard. I would have Area 77. And plus, it's hard to kind of pick against their showmanship from the last season too. I know how they can play in the playoffs. And Fiends was still that question mark, even with that 100% roster.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, if one thing that the regular season did for us is to provide us this ranking of the tiers of each teams after the points that they collected, and we can see that Fiends, although had a very great start, were not the top 4 contenders. The top 4, Area 77 was one of the top players. So definitely, I would agree that might have still voted for Area 77, but I think Fiends could have maybe taken a win or there. But that gives me the question, like, I want to interview Fiends and get to the bottom of it. What caused the roster change? I mean, what went on for them to, like Private said it during the games, like it must have been that their roamer was just not it for Kohari to drop that goal lane and go into roamer, because what else could have triggered that change?
I feel like there could be a million reasons, you know. It'd be very hard to speculate, but nonetheless, I think it ends in the same results. It's just not proven to work in your best interest when you swap, especially in the playoffs, so suddenly. And hopefully, you know, they kind of learn and they progress and they find that more solidified team that they can focus on and perfect their flaws.
It's from what I've heard, and this is only rumors, but like it's mostly school exams, outside things that they needed to take care of that caused some of these roster changes. And that's kind of the friendlier side of some of these roster changes. And an unfortunate thing that you get here in North America, where a lot of these guys have other priorities when it comes to education and stuff like that, that you're gonna kind of for, which I'm honest say is probably a little better than some of these some of the roster changes that happen because they feel like the other player might be better. Regardless, there is a synergy toll that must be paid when you do make some of these swaps. And Area 77, it's continues to impress. And that's another thing too. You got all these tests against a team like Area 77 that is just, it's basically what we've seen here is kind of what you do with some of these shakeups against teams that are established, like Gaimin Gladiators and Area 77, and that know what they're doing and have that synergy. And you've kind of seen the cost here tonight.
Yeah, for sure. And we understand with North America, these players do have other priorities, and we fully respect that. I mean, it is difficult to commit fully to the NACT when you don't have the fundings, the sponsors, everything. So, I mean, just hopefully they will do better in the lower brackets. And the MVP of the series will go to, drum rolls please, Yureshi Cutie. Stephweezy, take us through it.
Oh, Yureshi, man, he's been a problem. He's a shot caller. He's high IQ. You name it, he's got it. And it definitely showcased today, as you are seeing him dominate with multiple different heroes, especially inside of that XP lane, initiating where needed, split pushing, creating the separation, and allowing the team to take the neutral objectives to give him the slightest advantage.
Yeah, not just that, but I've heard that Yureshi has a big part when it comes to drafting, when it comes to a lot of these calls as well on the team. And just, I mean, he's just got a level of experience that is just matched by very few people here in North America. When it's in that lane showed it to the point where they actually had to ban out that CC because he was so dominant in the first 2 games, but then picks up the Masha and dominates anyway in another fashion.
Yeah, and I mean, I hope this season Yureshi's visa situation has all gotten fixed up, because I mean, he was a strong, dominating SP laner for the past year or so. It's just not always is he able to shine and then to have that stage to perform. But this season, I guess we're gonna see them continue outdoing themselves. I mean, we saw Maniac coming in from Tarzan today. So a lot of surprising plays, a lot of surprising hero pulls as well.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that's what I'm all for, right? Yeah, we got to see a Maniac. We got to see 2 sweeps today. I was hoping for a long run in the 5, but hey, tomorrow's definitely another story, and we're just getting started. I mean, this is only day 1 of the playoffs, but guys, keep in mind, this is not the points anymore. This is not the regular season. It is make it or break it, as teams are going to be getting knocked out here soon.
Yeah, we still have 2 more series, exciting series coming from round 1 tomorrow. But all that's been answered today is that there's going to be an exciting match of Gaimin Gladiators versus Area 77 in round 2. And I'm really excited for that one too.
Yeah, for sure. And like Kohari actually said in a previous interview, he thinks that Area 77 has a pretty similar draft with BTK, and that's why we saw some similar bans to counter out Tarzan's hero pool. But unfortunately, we don't have an interview with Tarzan today. We are going to see how Area 77 plays against GG, like you mentioned. Maybe they might clinch a win here and there, because best out of 5 gives you a lot more opportunities to, and a lot more focus on how well you can continue to drive that momentum after 5 series. Unfortunately, today we didn't get to see the full 5 series, but maybe tomorrow we are gonna see more of that, because tomorrow we have some very exciting matchups coming from the 4 teams. They are very neck to neck with their points in the regular season, and we're gonna see a similar trend of one side switching up their rosters and the other side not doing it at all. So, I mean, what do you guys think? Do you think any of the roster changes coming in tomorrow might actually help the team instead of what they did today?
Joy Bosch. I think Joy Bosch will be an interesting one. I mean, him jumping back into the scene. He's played on 2 different teams so far this NACT. Both of them did not make it into the regular season, but now Joy Bosch having a second chance to redeem himself on a team that has that top 8 caliber, maybe the different story. So that is one that I'm looking forward to seeing. Now, can they pull it off? Even though he's a great player, I think it's still going to boil down to like the synergy. Maybe a little bit of challenge compared to other teams who don't switch it as often. But I would say that's one of the teams I am looking forward to seeing. I want to see just how well, with Devious Activity picking up Joy Bosch, how effective they will be. And then they also have Melon too, switching. So that'll be interesting for the gold lane.
Well, Melvin he's already been a mainstay. I think he was subbing in for the last few matches for Devious Activity. I think that's the big question. Devious has got a lot of changes to their roster, but as far as like the overarching support, you've got a lot of people who have played together on that team for a while already. Joy Baj, Yato, T, they've played together. They've got a long-standing history in North America playing together. So, I mean, if anybody's gonna be able to be the exception to the rule, even though I hold that rule to the same, synergy means a lot more than I feel. It needs a lot more respect than I think a lot of people give it in a lot of these matchups. So I as much as I feel like they have some synergy, I feel like maintaining that same roster, it's a powerful thing, especially as we move into these playoffs. And we've seen, I mean, I want to say, like, there's just been a difference between how some of these teams perform in the playoffs. I mean, even LEGACi stepping up, I want to say, a lot more aggressive, a lot more synergized with some of their ganks into the side lanes and how they operated. Not able to get over the hurdle that is Gaimin Gladiators, but then also how Fiends kind of had some issues coming up above a lot of the roster swaps that they had here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Devious Activity is pulling back that BTK 2.0 vibes with the new roster swap. That's definitely a roster swap that's more tactical and strategic rather than just players not being able to commit to the tournament. But let's take a recap of today's matches. We had pretty straightforward matches. Gaimin Gladiators and Area 77 continues their path to victory. First series, LEGACi tried to pull out some plays, but ultimately was not able to clinch a win from GG's pocket. Fiends also had some roster changes, got our head scratching with what they decided to change, faced a 3.0 defeat, showing you that if it ain't broken, why you try to fix it. But what surprised me though was Kohari the Brave this season trying to prove us that he is the jack of all trades, as he went from marksman to XP lane to roam and ultimately to jungle. So that's got to be something to look out for. Now, bracket wise, why don't you take us through it, Stephweezy?
That's right. As we did finish day one, our first two series for the playoffs, both of them ending in 3-0 sweeps. Tomorrow will be some more exciting matches. Two series, both of them will be a best of 5. Bloodthirsty Kings up against Bloodhounds, and the Night Horde up against Devious Activity. And it's going to be full of surprises. Like we said, there's been a couple of roster changes here and there. Will it be the difference to be able to push that team forward, or will it drop them down to the lower bracket?
Yeah, not just that, but you saw there at the lower bracket, it's going to be Fiends taking on LEGACi. So still some opportunities for those teams, despite how they performed or how the results ended here today. Still some hope there for Fiends or LEGACi if they can. I mean, we saw some signs of life from LEGACi. Maybe that is going to be what is going to be enough to take them over a Fiends who is struggling right now with their roster.
I mean, even if LEGACi continues to face the troubles they've been facing, it's also a record to break that you haven't gotten a single win the entire season. That's something to hold it into your books, you know, and that's another accomplishment. Not every team are able to do that as well. So I think that this entire season has been pretty entertaining for all of us. I mean, for LEGACi, they had their shots, they had their fair shots. It's just everyone else this season has been just exceeding our expectations.
Yeah, I mean, I will say LEGACi definitely has the most room to grow, which is also a great thing for them. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they're the new team on the scene, so they definitely have a lot more people trying to expect a lot out of them. But this is their first time. A lot of these other teams, they've been here a couple of seasons, and it definitely showcases inside of the gameplay. But you did mention they broke a record. I guess that's a great way to look at it. I mean, maybe we do a little diamond prize or something like that. I don't know. Maybe we work something out down the line as throws that into the next NACT. But nonetheless, it doesn't take away from the excitement that we have to offer from all of these matches with all of these teams. Is again, the total purpose is to find who can represent us in North America on the international scene, and I think we have some great prospects.
Well, I mean, on that note, when it comes to like some of the history here in North America, Fiends was actually it was a combination of two former teams in NACT, one of them being Aggravate Ones, who, if you remember last season, didn't have that different of a season from LEGACi, where they kind of went winless in a lot of their series. Coming back this season, they were able to find the roster, find the combinations that made them a little bit more successful. So, I mean, hopefully, no matter how the results happen for LEGACi, hopefully this is just the beginning of their story of competition here in North America.
That's a great way to put it. I almost forget that Fiends actually came from Aggravated Ones, and they're doing so much better this season compared to last season. So we are expecting a lot more from Assassin Riles and his Assassination Esports. Now, for our casters, any last words before we end today's broadcast?
Today was fun. Definitely, hey, one person we didn't give credit to is that cameraman on the other side. And I want to just say, hey, that was some great stuff, especially on that high mobility series for the first series, game number 3. So definitely shout out to that. Liz, it's been a pleasure. Private, as always, thank you so much for casting alongside me, and I look forward to seeing you guys in future NACT matches.
Absolutely, an absolute pleasure to just open up things and set the tone for the playoffs here with a lot of these teams, with casting alongside Weezy and Liz. It's always been a pleasure. I'm so excited and waiting to see how much more we can bring here for the playoffs, and then hopefully where we end up in Las Vegas.
Hopefully. I mean, that wraps us up for today, day 1 of the playoff stage. Tomorrow, we have BTK versus Bloodhounds and Nighthorde versus Devious Activity. Competition are fierce, stakes are high, and can Nighthorde continue to see that momentum we saw in the last of regular season? We'll find out tomorrow. It's Liz, Stephweezy, and Private signing off. We'll see you tomorrow.